Okay, I'll call to order the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting for February 12th, 2025. And first we will call roll. So Brunick.
Present.
Sanning.
Here.
Hinckley. Here. And it's been David.
Oh, yeah, on Zoom.
I'm here also, so we're all here. Very good. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So move we approve the agenda.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from October 8th, 2025?
I had no comments on them, Mr. Chairman. I'll move their adoption as distributed.
A second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So approved, that motion passes.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? We can't see the commission room. The video is not connected.
It was on, but how about now?
Perfect. We got it.
All right, good. Let's see, does anyone have anything to disclose or any conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I have, I need to tell everyone that the Ahrenholtz variance application, I have potentially a conflict of interest. I live in the Sherman Hills subdivision, and that variance request is in our neighborhood, and our road district is opposing this variance. So I personally have nothing to gain or lose from this, but as a personal note, and I checked with Dave and Matt, and they claim that it's not a problem that I participate in a discussion and vote on this, but I wanted to make sure everybody knew about it.
Hey, well, thank you. So noted. So to my colleagues here, we have a full agenda here. And I'd like to set as a goal that we try to get through the 3 sets of amendments we have in front of us and move them forward if we can. But of course, first we have 2 public applications, and we will begin with our next item, Ahrenholtz variance application VR-02-25. Joe.
Alrighty. The applicant is Mr. and Mrs. Ahrenholtz. This is located at 2619 Burner Mill Road. The request is for the ability to subdivide into lots smaller than 35 acres within the APOZ. Their current zoning is ranchette and the current use is residential. There were comments. The Laramie Rivers Conservation District had comments on soil degradation, erosion, reclamation, minimizing invasive species and wells. And Game and Fish commented that the project is within pronghorn crucial winter range habitat, and with that commented on fencing. All comments can be seen in the review section. Notice has been provided by posted sign, publication, and certified mailing as required. Staff analysis: the applicant is asking for a variance from the Albany County zoning resolution in order to be able to subdivide their property, which is within the APOZ, under the required density of 35 acres per lot. Staff believes that granting of this variance would constitute a grant of special privilege, which other properties in the APOZ do not enjoy. If the applicant's request for a variance is granted, the applicant will be required to go through the subdivision process, which is laid out in the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Resolution. In order to subdivide, a site-specific investigation will be required. Findings of fact: the applicant has provided an application for the requested variance, which includes the information, materials, and statements required by the Albany County Zoning Resolution, Chapter 5, Section 14. The applicant has complied with the notice requirements of the Albany County Zoning Resolution, Chapter 5, Section 5. The applicant and staff responses to the variance requirements and staff analysis provided herein are incorporated as findings of fact. Conclusion of law: the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County Zoning Resolution, Chapter 5, Section 14, but has not met the standards required for granting a variance under subparagraphs 14F2 and 14F4. Staff recommendation is to deny the Ahrenholtz variance request VAR 0225 based upon the applicant's failure to show that the following standards will be met. Chapter 5, Section 14F2 says that the granting of the variance will not constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations on use of other properties in the district. Staff believes that granting the variance would constitute a grant of special privilege inconsistent with the limitations on other properties' ability to subdivide within the APOZ. And Chapter 5, Section 14F4 says that the granting of the variance has to be justified for one or more of the following reasons. A, strict interpretation or enforcement of the development standards would result in practical difficulty or an unnecessary physical hardship inconsistent with the purposes of the resolution. B, exceptional or extraordinary circumstances or conditions applicable to the site of the variance that do not generally apply to other properties in the same district. And C, strict interpretation or enforcement of the development standards would deprive the applicant of privileges enjoyed by other properties in the same district, or the variance will bring the applicant into substantial parity with other property owners in the same district. The variance is not justified for the following reasons. Strict enforcement of the APOZ density standard prevents all properties from subdividing smaller than 35 acres per lot in the overlay zone, but does not cause the applicant any difficulty in using its property in any other way allowed under the zoning resolution. The inability to subdivide if minimum lot size cannot be met is a necessary purpose of the minimum lot size standards. The property being unable to subdivide in smaller lots, smaller than 35 acres is not an exception or extraordinary within the APOZ. And strict enforcement of the density standards would not deprive the applicant of a privilege enjoyed by others in the same district, as no other property within the APOZ has the ability to subdivide their lots smaller than 35 acres. The variance would not bring the applicant into substantial parity with other property owners within the APOZ because the applicant's inability to subdivide smaller than 35 acres is the same as all other properties within the APOZ.
And staff recommendation
Is to deny.
to deny. Questions for staff, again with Ms. David?
I don't have any, thank you.
Ms. Henning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. He's just looking to see if there's any Zoom people.
I didn't know if you were resolving a technical
No.
difficulty. So as far as you know, have there ever been variances granted for overlays?
Not that I know of. I don't know that we've ever, has anyone ever asked for one though?
A variance?
From an overlay.
From an overlay requirement?
I'm aware of. Not in my time.
When I read the zoning resolution, general provisions of a variance, it sounds like they are intended for construction or maintenance of a building or structure, or for the establishment or maintenance of a use of land, which is prohibited by a zoning resolution. So in this case, the use of the land is residential and it's not being prohibited, right? Like so what is the hardship? I had a hard time understanding what the actual hardship is.
I guess their hardship is that our regulations say that they can't subdivide smaller than 35 acres per lot.
So do you think that the right to subdivide is an establishment or maintenance of a use of land? Because when I think of use of land, I think of like residential, commercial, industrial land uses.
Right.
I don't think of subdivision per se as a land use, but I wondered where you guys.
Sure. I guess it would be like a more dense use of residential. This is their only process to go through to be able to do this. And I mean, I guess with my denial recommendation, I would say that they don't meet the standards that are required to.
So in this case, they're looking to the surrounding already developed properties, which have smaller lots.
Right.
But under the current zoning ordinance, those would be, I always stumble on the right term.
Non-conforming.
Yeah, non-conforming, thanks. I don't know why I can never get that to come out. So they're essentially asking to get permission to be non-conforming.
Yeah.
So if you, as far as you know, in the history of, at least going back with David, there's never been an instance where. Ooh, that's, yeah, that was right. There's never been an instance where a variance has been granted to like peel off the overlay kind of and get down to the base zoning.
Not that I know of.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Mr. Morning.
No questions.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I guess the first question, just I assume we know the answer, but is there anything more than was in the packet to justify this request? Because it seemed quite thin.
No.
Okay, and then as far as what was in the packet, I wasn't clear. All that soils data, there were like 44 pages. Was that a comment from this conservation district, or was that part of the application?
That was a comment from the district.
So the application itself was the 2-page letter and the map. Is that correct? And then the cover sheets.
Well, yeah, in the application, yeah.
Okay. So then let me just pick up on a response to Commissioner Haney. Other recourse, you said they had no other recourse. The one could move the boundaries of the overlay, and there would be a process for petitioning for that.
Right.
Or one could remove the 35-acre restriction entirely.
Right.
And how would one go about that?
I mean, it would have to go through like our reg changes.
So one would petition for a regs change. I guess I'm just looking for, if that was an avenue that this applicant wanted to pursue, how would you tell them to proceed?
I guess they could come and ask you to facilitate a regulation change. We don't have an application or anything for them to do that. But if you directed us to do that,
That there is a petition to do that or something that would just be, hey, how about it? We discuss it, decide where to go. Okay, thank you. No, that's all I had.
And I don't have anything. So as the applicant or the applicant's representative here, would you please step forward and stand for questions if you're willing to do that?
sound up in here.
I'm the applicant along with my husband, and we have a representative also, or would he be allowed to speak after me?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time today. I'm Teresa Ahrenholtz, and this is my husband, John Ahrenholtz, and we are the reason you are here. We are seeking this variance. We are pursuing a variance on the 35-acre lot size, which was just put into place, I believe, was it 2.5 years ago when that was passed through the county commission. So I'm not surprised there hasn't been an application for a variance. It's been a pretty short time that has been the case. We are looking for this variance for our land in Sherman Hills, which lies east of Burner Mill Road and just south of Happy Jack Trail. My husband John passed out a number of different plans for this. We believe that members of the community would benefit from being able to build 3 to 5 bedroom homes on these ranchette-sized parcels, which are much larger than those parcels that are sitting to the north that are non-conforming parcels at this time. This location is an outstanding location. It's very close to schools. It's close to Walmart and close to the interstate. It's really a beautiful place to live. We're seeking a 12-lot subdivision on these 73 acres as noted by the gentleman. The lots would range from 4.5 to 9 acres and would include a recreation zone for subdivision members to the north side. There's some really awesome sledding hills over there, actually. We understand, of course, that our land overlays the Casper Aquifer, hence our variance requests, but believe data from our geological survey demonstrates a high level of safety with the location of septic and building sites. This is where we drink our own water. We don't want to poison our own well in any way. nor our neighbors. We care very much about our neighbors. The zoning and the way that the building lots have been set up follows all setback requirements in regards to those vulnerable features. And that is something I would like to, our representative geologist, Ben Jordan, can further elaborate on, if that's okay with you.
That's absolutely fine.
All right.
Good evening. As Mrs. Ahrenholtz indicated, I'm Ben Jordan. I work for Forsker and Associates here in Laramie. And I am a geologist. We've done a number of subdivision applications in Albany County and across the state of Wyoming. The Ahrenholtz has retained us to help them prepare a Chapter 23 application in advance of any additional work. We did investigate the site-specific geologic conditions, and there are outcrops of the Casper Formation exposed within the subdivision. We did review the readily available geologic and hydrogeologic information in the area and did conduct site visits. There is one mapped fault that's a small displacement normal fault to the east of the subdivision along the northeast corner. And Verpluke did map that as passing into one of the lots. Did walk that, viewed the neighboring property, and you can see the fault very plainly. Other vulnerable features that were identified included the drainage to the north that creates the sledding hill that was just referenced, as well as a drainage that is off property on the south. We did do potential layouts of the lots to ensure that we met the 50-foot setbacks from the property lines and 100-foot setbacks for each of the lots, and could demonstrate that wastewater systems and replacement systems could be installed. The Ahrenholtzes have an on-site water well. The name of the well is Herd Number 1. It has a total depth of 300 feet, and the water level in that well is 128 feet when it was drilled. It was 140 feet when I ran a 24-hour pump test. The uppermost water notated by the driller on the statement of completion was 180 feet, and the production zone is 200 to 300 feet. With the water level being above the production zone, it does exhibit confinement. In other words, production zones are confined. I also more recently prepared an application for a wastewater disposal system in the Mountain West Farm Bureau property for Dry Creek construction. And this is a little bit to the east of, or to the west, pardon me, of the Ahrenholtz's property. And they also have a relatively new water supply well there that's 263 feet. The static water level is 134 feet. The first water was 150 feet. So the water level is about 16 feet above the first indicated water. The depth to their principal water bearing zone is 200 feet, and the bottom of that zone is 260 feet. With both of these wells, we did collect water quality samples and had those submitted to laboratories. And the Ahrenholtz as well has a total dissolved solids of 233 parts per million, which is pretty typical for a Casper Formation well in this area. The chloride concentration was 1 milligram per liter. Typically, if you have wastewater influence, that'll be a higher number. And the nitrate concentration was 1.27 milligrams per liter, so very low nitrate concentration. With the Mountain West Farm Bureau subdivision new wastewater system, we also sampled water there, and the nitrate concentration from that particular well was 1.37 milligrams per liter. So these wells are not showing influence of septic system wastewater disposal. As we did prepare the draft Chapter 23 in advance of further work, we did run the nitrate model that DEQ utilizes, and had the inputs from 5-bedroom homes on all 12 lots, kind of maximizing the amount of wastewater being disposed. The model that they have more recently required that consultants use, barring some other particular model that they might accept, has the nitrate concentration locked at 40 milligrams per liter, which is an assumed average value of untreated wastewater. Well, on the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone and with this particular proposed subdivision, will utilize enhanced septic. However, the model using the 40 milligrams per liter of the untreated water, the resulting nitrate concentration at the lower end of the property was 3.38 milligrams per liter. So there is a slight increase in the estimated nitrate concentration, assuming that effluent would pass through the confining layers and reach the aquifer itself. So just a brief snapshot of what we found in our investigations with this.
Okay, well, we all take questions.
Okay.
Very good. Marav, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, Diana?
Not yet.
Vern?
Starting with Ms. Ahrenholtz, I think you referenced we passed out plans. Did I hear that correctly? And I haven't seen any such things.
I gave all the folks here this, and then I have this for you all to do.
Well, I mean, have we seen any of that? As I asked earlier, what the
I think
packet,
this was submitted on, Christine, did we give them this?
all I saw was a simple line drawing with the house on it. Okay.
Can you grab me 3 more of those?
Well, and I'm not sure I'm asking for it now, and that I'm asking, where was this? I never saw it. Is that not correct? I'm looking to staff. Did you guys have this?
We submitted everything required for the request. I mean, of course, I have an entire folder full that, but I did as per the requirements of the zoning and planning. I did everything just exactly the way the book says.
Well, all right, I guess I'm just trying to get my arms around what is the application before us and what are the materials on which we make our decision?
Mr. Sherry?
So to answer that question, yeah, Mr. Arnold is not required to show us what he's going to do in the future. What he's asking is from a variance from a specific regulation in our zoning resolution. So that's what you're determining today. Can he or can he not do something that is not, gonna follow that 35 acre regulation? That's a basis of this question. Has nothing to do with the future of what he wants to do.
And I totally agree with that. Again, just trying to understand what it is that we've been presented with. Mrs. Ahrenholtz also suggested that's why we included geologic information. I did not see a shred of geologic information, but what am I missing?
We hired a geologist in advance of even pursuing the variance to make sure that our plan would be safe before we even pursued.
Okay, but we have not seen any of that.
But I again, when I went in and asked what I need to give, they gave me what I need to give. And I conformed to everything that they had. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to spend thousands of dollars to put in front of you something that I might not even get a shot at. So.
Mr. Chairman, totally agree. That's why the threshold question for us is the variance, not the details. With all due respect to my colleague, Mr. Jordan, I think everything you've told us is utterly irrelevant at this point. It's a whole different, you aren't coming to us with a subdivision plan we're being asked to approve. The Chapter 23 study is another story for a different day, different place. The only decision before us, Mr. Chair, is what is exceptional, sufficiently exceptional about this plot that justifies the variance. Have you got any additional information on that to present to us this evening?
I think my contention would be that much of what's been established to put the 35 acre deadlock on was done on your hands.
Absolutely correct. And
Is that correct?
Well,
So you,
That's
as far
the
as data, you would be privy to all of that. So maybe you could share why we shouldn't be able to do that. And I do have Mr. Jordan here that I believe that he can go toe to toe on your answers.
And Mr. Chairman, that was the substance of my earlier question, which was, if one wanted to challenge the regulation from which you're seeking relief, that is a completely different discussion, different forum, different time, different process. That isn't what we're being presented with. I have no further questions.
And I don't have any further questions either. So we will conduct a public hearing. Is there anyone here in the public who wishes to speak on this matter? And if so, please raise your hand. I'll call upon you. Please limit your comments to about 3 minutes or less, and we will start with you. Let us know who you are and where you're from.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is George Munson, and for the record, that's spelled Monsson. I live at 2526 Mountain Shadow Lane, which is about 150 yards from the northeast corner of the proposed Ahrenholtz property. I suggest that the Planning Commission not make a recommendation to the commissioners to approve this variance, and this is for several reasons. First, it does not meet the criteria.
May I stop you saying, you're asking us to deny this request?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Keep on going. I'm sorry.
It does not meet the criteria for a variance because for several reasons. One, any hardship is self-imposed. Variances are generally granted if there are some kind of external reason. For example, someone cannot meet a setback requirement because there's a big ravine in the middle of their property and they can't build their house there. That's external. Here, the only hardship is that the Ahrenholtzes are saying, well, we can't subdivide this property and make more money by doing this. That is self-imposed. And also they had a deed restriction. Of course, that's between their people who bought the property from and them. That's a private contract, not a public thing, that it shall not be subdivided. So they can't really say, oh, we always wanted to do this. And then the overlay zone came in and restricted us. So they can't have a reasonable expectation of have the ability eventually to subdivide. And it's also contrary to the public health, safety, and welfare. First of all, it will impose a significant burden on the roads in the road district in that area. There's going to be however many lots they have, construction vehicles coming in, both light vehicles for the crews and heavy vehicles such as cement trucks and so forth. And large equipment has a hard time negotiating some of the curbs within the road district now. There have been a number of incidences where they have tried to make a turn and it's just too tight for a vehicle that large. There's also just the weight impact of vehicles from 10 or 12 more lots using the roads, and the primary access road would be Happy Jack Road, which is not the Happy Jack Road up on Sherman Hill, but they're all unpaved. So they wear down pretty fast. I would say if you had to put this many new homes in, the developer would need to pay a road development fee, a road impact fee, and pave Happy Jack Road coming in. There will also, of course, it will have a impact on public health, safety, and welfare because of the impact of both wells and waste disposal systems on the Casper Aquifer. That was, as you know, was greatly discussed a few years ago when the overlay area was imposed on that. And while the gentleman who just spoke said that there was pretty low nitrates and nitrites in the groundwater in the one well, in Ahrenholtz's own well. Several hundred yards away in my well, there's actually quite high nitrates. In fact, for drinking, we use bottled water because of that. It's just at the top end of the acceptable range. So it can vary pretty widely over a short distance. Also, there's the precedential value of whether you grant or deny this request for a variance. If you grant the request, what does that do to the meaning of the overlay zone or the lot size for that zone? You know, what's to prevent someone buying a 4-acre lot in the Ahrenholtz subdivision and dividing into 4 1-acre lots or 16 quarter-acre lots? You know, it just makes the zoning regulation and the overlay a dead letter. If you can just come in and say, oh, we want to subdivide just because for business reasons, and we can, you know, what's the criteria for turning that down? If you allow the Ahrenholtz to do it, that's going to be the precedent in the future. And some future applicant can say, well, you granted it to them, why are you not granting it to me? So that's certainly a significant policy decision. Also, and I haven't seen this mentioned in any of the materials that have been on, but subdivision design in this day and age generally requires 2 entrances and exits, so that in case of a wildfire or other emergency, people can get out and emergency vehicles can get in without being on a dead end. Burner Mill is a dead end, and the interior road in this proposed subdivision would be a dead end. This is, you know, with climate change and wildfires becoming more prevalent, this is becoming a more significant reason to design subdivisions with 2 entrances and exits. So I suggest that the Planning and Zoning Commission deny this application for a variance and pass that on to the commissioners.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
for your comments. Next. Please step forward.
I'm Bob Honkin, and I'm totally against this variance for the reasons we developed Mountain Valley Estates. And the county forced us regulations on to do it. I agree 100%. John cannot provide an ingress and an egress out of that subdivision. We had to have put 2 in to get in and out. Secondly, 130 to 160 houses we've been told it could be put up in that area. One out coming out Burner Drive, and I don't think he has access on some private property to do it. Come by our house, Lynn's, or going to Happy Jack. We got 1 access out of Sherman Hills, and that's Pilot Peak Road on it. Our county commissioners turned around 2 or 3 years ago, which is in Snowy View Estates. Bill Nye Avenue was supposed to connect in with Snowy View Road. They vacated it, so we got 1 access. Now take our house fire. Our house is one that burned out, which you probably all know. They give notice to 2 of our neighbors to be on the vacate that night. It was that bad. Now, how are they going to provide safety to those people, for one thing? How are they going to provide access to that property with 1 means of exit out of there? County regulations say 35 acres on the Casper Aquifer. Not necessarily I agree with everything, but that's the regulations. Let's follow them on it. You know, I had to follow it. I figured everybody else should follow it on the whole thing. And if you go through a fire like we did, you really start appreciating what the regulations are. So I totally, and John and I have been friends for years as family. I'm totally against, want you to deny this variance 100%, because it does not meet county regulations. If we can't follow county regulations, why have them? That's the way I look at it. And I was 100% for it. You people don't know it, but county accepted Sherman Hills number 4. They never put the last part of the road in on Happy Jack Trail. Cal Raruka ordered the county to put the road in so that I can meet the regulations for ingress and outgress. The next thing is 130 to 160 homes, I've been told, can be built out there. How are we going to get onto Grand Avenue? We can't. The highway department will not put any more accesses to Grand Avenue. And that I know because of the vet clinic. We tried to get a access on the Grand and they wouldn't give it to us. We had to go up from Bob Link with an address. So that's a major concern. You know, a lot of cars, but that's the way I feel about it.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Please step forward. This gentleman here in the front.
My name's Dave Zander. I live on Windmill Court, just across from the Ahrenholtz property. We're bordering their property. We've been circulating a petition through the Sherman Hills area. We've gotten a very good response in opposition to this. So I'd like to give you a copy of it and then give the originals to the commissioners coming up. And we're gonna probably get more signatures, so. Again, we got 76 signatures right here.
Oh, now, is this this is your original?
No, that's, it's colored copy.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like an original, but
This isn't.
I wanted to give the original to the commissioners, and plus it's ongoing, the petition going on. And I just met Mr. Holtz this evening, and I got nothing personally against him. I understand why he's doing it, but I adamantly disagree with him doing this. So I had some notes on it over there. The reason we moved to this area was we like the zoning and the regulations as they are. It gives us comfort in knowing that we're not going to get developments going on around us. And I think a lot of people that live around us feel the same way, that we'd like to keep that in place. And looking through the information that was put out on this, they're using parity as a reason, meaning because a 40-year-old subdivision did this, they should be able to do it. And without really taking into consideration the larger properties right around them, the good thing about this, I've got to meet my neighbors and get to know them. That's good. But I realized they're living there on these larger properties around them for the reason that they have strong wording in their deeds that guard against this sort of thing, where they all got to sign off on it. I think 4 out of the 5 properties have those type of deeds, and one, the Kerrs don't, but they're totally against doing this. So they moved out there to have the open space, not have this. I am concerned about the aquifer, and I know there's 2 arguments. One geologist will tell you, hey, there's plenty of water and the nitrates aren't bad. And then another geologist will say, hey, the aquifer's gone down 3 to 5 feet in the last few years and it hasn't come back up. So I'm hearing all these things. I'm a novice at this knowledge, but it makes sense to me that we don't poke more holes in it. You know, it's a precious resource that we all need. It's really important. So I think about those things. I had a well guy come by and do some work for me. I was having trouble with the filter canister, and I asked him about the aquifer. He says, oh yeah, he says it's totally dependent on snowpack, runoff, and it fluctuates every year. I see it go up and down. And he says, and by the way, you got people downstream of you that have 6 filters and they have to change them frequently because they fill up with sand. So I get thinking, man, we start poking more holes. What's that going to do to my well? So the other thing I'm a strong property rights guy. I'm not going to give my neighbor a hard time if he parks a fifth wheel on it, or if he doesn't mow his lawn, or his weeds are growing. But property rights also involves stewardship. And we as property owners got to think about those around us. The parity clause, we don't want to cause harm. I was looking at the Wyoming statutes on this, and you can't claim parity if you cause harm to your neighbors. So, maybe I'm going too far off in the weeds here, but the gentleman before me, he did, Mr. Honkin, he's my neighbor. He did a great job of expressing himself on this issue. He developed the area that I actually live in. Lastly, the last thing I'd like to say, for anybody in the room who hasn't signed a petition, I'll have the petition here and they can sign it on the way out. And I implore you to reject this and send a message to the commissioners that this is not a crime. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Please step forward.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Thomas Bienz, B-I-E-N-Z. Live at 6809 Grandview Drive, which is just beyond the proposed subdivision. We moved up there, bought that land in 2000. Just so you know, just from history. Well, first I should say I'm opposed to the variance. I would ask that it stay as it is rather than giving the variance. But Mr. Paul Etcheper of the Pilot Peak Land Company and Warren Livestock is the one who originally developed much of the land up there. And the way Sherman Hills is designed is that there are small lots down near Grand Avenue, and then slightly larger lots a little further up, and then larger lots than that. And then the outer perimeter is made up of primarily of about 40 and 80 acre lots, generally speaking. So the concept of parity is really to be taken in consideration when you look at how the entire development was originally built. It's designed to have small lots close in and the bigger lots farther away. And none of the lots that are out there where the proposed development is to be made have actually been subdivided. We own about 79 acres, and our deed actually indicates that we are not to subdivide. And the deed that was originally granted to the herds, which is the property that the Ahrenholtz have now purchased, says that subdivision for now and forevermore is not permitted. In addition to that, we all have to have a easement granted in order to use Burner Mill Road. That's true of the Hansons, Ms. Vicky, myself, and the Ahrenholtzes, and the Kurds. Those are all the people who are on this development. That specific easement states that there shall be no subdivision. That you cannot subdivide your property. So that means that if the subdivision occurs, and if you were to grant this variance, the use of that road goes away because it's not allowed by virtue of the easement that is granted as written in the law. And that means that not only in order to establish two entrances and exits for this subdivision, you'd actually have to create 2 more. And that means you'd have to go somehow across this arroyo, which is sand and already has like about 3 or 4 very large pipes required because of the amount of flow that happens when the storms occur. So I don't even know if that's possible to do, but if the variance is granted, the easement will not be allowing any subdivision, and therefore the easement goes away for that particular property. And for that and many other reasons with respect to, the fact that the deed says it, as well as the easement and the covenants, they would be going against all of that. Plus now they would also be going against your own restrictive statements about the Castle Rock Protection Zone. And so I would urge you to not allow the variance based on a variety of things, as well as I agree with the things that have been already said today. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? Let me go with you first, and I'll come to you. You please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Buccino, and I am an Albany County resident. I live at 1007 Sheridan in Laramie. I'm also a member of the City Planning Commission, and I support the staff recommendation to deny the variance request. As the staff report documents, the variance request does not meet the applicable legal requirements to grant it. The other thing I'd like to add is that it would undermine the hard work that the city and the county planning commissions did together to update the Casper Aquifer Protection Plan and also to develop a joint growth management plan. I would offer that that there is an avenue to make, if there's a different policy choice to be made, then the avenue to address that is through a rezoning type of action rather than this variance, which is about giving an exception to one individual. It may be that, and we know that the community, the county needs more housing, but that is a policy choice. And there is a venue and a mechanism to address that. And this variance is not that. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Mr. Ahrenholtz?
First of all, I mean, with regard to the fact that, we're not in compliance with 35 acre, obvious, that's why we put the sign up. That's why I sent a letter out to, the gal that did the, there was a gal that was opposing, I think, starting this deal, which I'm okay with that. But I understand that's why the sign was put up. It's because I know that we're not meeting that 35 acre requirement. As far as subdividing it, either you've read my purchase agreement better than I did, because I don't have any restrictions that way. Neither does Mr. Kerr. My property is not under that restriction. Okay, that's been mentioned by a couple folks. My property is not under that restriction.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who'd like to make a comment? Anyone else in the room or online? Please come forward.
My name is Tony Berryhill. I live at 6407 Windmill Court, just across from the Ahrenholtz property. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think the biggest premise that we have and concerns that we have as a greater Sherman Hills neighborhood is, if granted this variance, the door that opens, that I don't think the county would want to crack. Because if that provision is made with parity and we grant the variance based on that parity, it really opens the door for 565 acres. I think that's what Mr. Honkin was trying to refer to. We have 565 acres surrounding Sherman Hills of property owners with more than 35 acres per lot that would then be able to claim the same reason for a variance request. And then if you extend that south along the Casper Aquifer overlay zone with ranchette zoning, that's over 3,000 acres. That would open the door for property owners who have 35 acres or more. So I think the big thing is it just seems like a door we don't want to open. And for our own purposes in our neighborhood, that's where that number of 130 additional homes potentially in that neighborhood if granted this variance. So I would request and support a denial of this variance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Online in the room? May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have Maruff there. So she's vanished.
No, yes.
All right, we're very good.
I'm fizzling away because I have a bad cold, but I'm still with you.
Okay, very good. Excellent. We've all been there. I'll make one comment before we initiate our discussion, which is substantially for all these matters we hear on this commission, our council has advised us, and Matt, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that our decisions are ad hoc generally, and we are not establishing precedent when we make a decision. Is that about right?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we will have discussion.
Sure.
Yes.
I move that we recommend that the Board of County Commissioners deny the Ahrenholtz variance request VAR 0225 based on the applicant's failure to provide evidence to justify granting of a variance under the standards specified in Albany County Zoning Resolution, Chapter 5, Section 14F, paragraphs 1, 2, and 4.
I'll second.
Is there any further discussion? Ralph?
Oh, I believe we heard everything we needed to.
Okay, in that case, we'll conduct a roll call vote. Ms. David?
I
Ms. Warnick?
vote to deny.
Sorry. Please go ahead, I'm sorry.
I vote to deny the variance application.
Ms. Gornick?
I also vote to deny.
Mr. Hinckley? Aye. Ms. Henning?
Aye.
And I vote aye, so I also, so that motion carries. For those of you who were only here for this matter, feel free to leave. If your interest continues forward, well, that's fine. You're welcome to stay as long as you like. So moving on to our next item, the New Life Subdivision Preliminary Final Plat Application, SD-02-25. And just 1 second. Also for all you folks, thank you for taking your time to come here and being here, making comments.
One thing you should remember, you can't hear back there.
Oh, is that right? Well, they redid this.
I'm in a work position, I did, damn, right? It affected my hearing, so how you were doing it.
I'm sorry.
I tried to motion back there. That's what you said, you couldn't hear nothing.
Yeah. Comment.
I know what I went through with my subdivision.
Yeah.
I'm pretty strict.
Appreciate that.
Okay, Joe.
All right, the applicant is Matt Bumgarner. The owner is New Life Church. This is located at 32-296 Highway 30. The request is for approval of a preliminary plat, final plat, and subdivision permit. And the zoning is ranchette. Summary of the project, the applicant is proposing to create a 2-lot subdivision within their approximately 31.5 acre parcel. This subdivision falls under the minor subdivision standards. Water is proposed to be provided by individual wells. Sewer is proposed to be provided by individual small wastewater systems. Proposed lot 2 already has an approved wastewater system. Proposed lot 1 will require a new system. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, county engineer. Power is provided by Carbon Power and currently services proposed lot 2. Postal service can establish delivery. No new roads are proposed. Access is available from Highway 30. No road maintenance is required, and fire protection for this area is provided by Albany County Fire District 1. There were some reviews. Jake Schneider, county engineer, made comments on the final plat and engineering reports. This issue has been taken care of. Laramie Rivers Conservation District commented on the high water table, soil degradation, erosion, reclamation, minimization of invasive species and wells. Her full comments can be seen in the review section. YDOT commented on work within the right-of-way, drainage corridors, and access. Full comments can be seen in the review section. And Game and Fish commented on the floodplain, fencing, noxious weeds, and invasive grasses, and the river. And their full comments can be seen in the review section. The applicable sections of the Albany County Platting Subdivision Regulations are Chapter 3, Section 1, Chapter 4, Section 5 through 8, Chapter 5, Section 1, 2, and 4, Chapter 6, Section 3 and 4. All notice has been provided as required. They are asked for a variance from Chapter 5, Section 2B4 of the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Resolution. The regulation requires a subdivider create written and recorded covenants or other instruments creating an entity binding on subsequent owners of land within the subdivision. The variance request is based on absence of common features, lack of need for covenants, avoidance of undue hardship, no adverse impact, minimal deviation, consistency with the intent and public interest, and compliance with other regulations. Staff recommends approval of the variance from the covenants or binding entity standards in the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Resolution, Chapter 5, Section 2B4, as there are no common or shared facilities, roads, or areas within the proposed subdivision. Staff analysis. The applicant has provided a complete preliminary and final plat application, including all required documentation and reports. The proposal for a 2-lot subdivision is consistent with the surrounding area. Findings of fact. The findings necessary for approval, applicant responses, and staff analysis of inclusion of required information as referenced in this report are affirmatively adopted as findings that the applicant has provided the board with adequate information that the requested and required findings, documentation, notice, and notations have been satisfied by the applicant and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Regulations if the variance is granted with this application. And the staff recommendation is to approve the New Life Subdivision Preliminary and Final Plat Application SD0225, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Okay, so to be clear, we need to make a decision and act on both the variance request and the application itself.
Correct.
All right. So with that, Mr. Hinckley, any questions for staff?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this application in any way, but just some questions on the staff report. Applicable sections of the county planning and zoning that you referenced, chapter 6, sections 3 and 4, isn't all of section 9 relevant here? And of course, one that's going to come up is the fences, which I think are section 9. But what was why that selection of applicable standards? Or is that just an incomplete list?
I couldn't tell you what each specific section is, so I'm not sure on that answer.
Okay, just in general, wouldn't all of the design standards of chapter 6 apply to this?
Unless they're not required because they're a small subdivision.
Because it's small. Okay. Then similarly, just a question for our information. I'm down here on, let's see if I can find it. The part about the board shall consider the city or town's comments that are received. Let's see if I can tell you what page that's on. Page 3 of the staff report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so my question is, as I'm reading that, and it's kind of a stock paragraph, but maybe I read it more carefully this time than we usually do. The first part of it talks about obligations to talk to the city if it's within a certain distance, which this was not. But then the last couple of, maybe it's just one sentence, no subdivision shall be required to be consistent with the land use plan unless the applicable provisions of the land use plan have been incorporated into this resolution, and so forth. Now that is not in any way tied to the city distance, is it?
I believe that's a statute written.
Well, I mean, it seems like the declarative statement that would be true in any case, and so it's
So it should be for everything, yes.
Okay, so yeah, those should be two different paragraphs, and what it bears on then is the staff comment, which says the proposed subdivision is not within a mile, and so you didn't send that to them. That's fine, but second piece also needs a staff response. Is it correct that it's consistent with the land use plan? So just, it looks like there's two thoughts there that they should be separated. And then of course, we have the issue of the sentence says no subdivision shall be required to be consistent. And yet number 1 of the application meets the following is consistent. So I'm missing something in the logic there as well. Those two seem to be completely at odds with each other. And again, this is kind of generic stuff, but what, can you help me out here?
What are you asking?
Okay, I'm reading 2 sentences. One that says the subdivision shall not be required to be consistent with land use plans. And then the very first numbered item is it shall ensure the plat meets the following is consistent with any applicable city and land use plan. Aren't those saying opposite things?
Well, I guess, yes. I think the first point is saying that it's not required to be consistent with the land use plan unless it's in regulation.
Okay.
And then I guess one contradicts it a little bit, but.
All right, I guess I'm suggesting that probably should be stricken if in fact it's, maybe we can take that up with Mr. Ayers, but I know these are kind of standard formats, but it sounds like as we've continued to get quite strong advice that we are not to make decisions based on consistency with land use plans. Why is this here?
So there's 98301, which says that no development shall be denied based upon the provisions of a local land use plan, unless it has been incorporated into regulation. But then we still have this, this is Title 34, I think Title 34, Chapter 11. I don't remember the exact section number. But it says that for that intergovernmental review, when it's within, it would.
In essence, the statutes are.
The statutes conflict.
Shockingly.
It's gonna go, in this instance, I think the more specific prohibition and newer prohibition 98301 is going to control, where you cannot deny something just based off of the provisions of a comprehensive plan or a local land use plan.
Okay, and that's,
So that was to address that. Perhaps it wasn't the most artfully done.
may I suggest in future versions of these reports, you strike that one if it's, if your council says that's no longer applicable.
Well, it still
it's been
says in
superseded.
statute that it's to generally be consistent with any jointly adopted plans between the city and county.
Okay, well, it isn't relevant to this particular case, but it does, is a bit jarring as one reads through.
We can look at it.
Some care. The second one, there's a staff comment about South Laramie Sewer District, I think is also.
Yeah, Michael emailed me about that. That was
just a leftover.
Yep.
It's thoroughly.
And it's already been changed for the next time.
Good. Then, game and fish recommendations and fencing is something that I would expect Ms. Van David would probably bring up if I don't. They are required to meet state statute with respect to fencing, correct?
Yep.
And did they then provide fencing?
I believe their entire parcel is already fenced.
And is it fenced to our standards was my question.
That's not a requirement if there's already fencing.
Oh, okay, okay. So our wildlife friendly fencing only applies to new fence?
Yep.
Oh, good answer. Thank you. Right, that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
I don't have any questions.
I'm sorry. My apologies, please. So the variance request is because there are no shared facilities, but it does say that the fence is gonna be maintained half by the church and half by the new resident, right? So is that not a shared responsibility? I don't know if it's worth a whole covenant, but
Yeah.
there's gotta be it's gotta be written down.
Do you have like a contract or anything? Like a handshake agreement?
Sure.
But it does have to be maintained, right? So,
Yeah.
and if it's gonna be half and half, it seems like that should be written down somewhere. Anyway, I just said that there were no shared facility and that is a shared.
Sure.
Facility, right? So.
And more.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just
Again, I apologize.
one question. So right now, this is zoned ranchette, and it's being split roughly into 2 equal parcels. In the future, can these lots be subdivided further, or is this the end of the road?
Depends on the zoning. And how big the parcels are and, math. I don't remember how big each parcel is supposed to
I
be.
think they're 13 point something.
So
It's ranchette, it's gotta be.
they could, in theory, be subdivided again, but
So even though you're doing a minor,
they'd have to go through the major subdivision process no matter what. Like the more northern lot, it's 12, so you could only do 2 into that. So technically, that would be a minor subdivision, but it's already gone through the subdivision process, so it would have to go through the major.
Okay, thank you.
Bill, can I add something?
Absolutely.
So I read the Game and Fish comments, and they also were concerned about the integrity of the river, not just the fencing for pronghorn. Is there any specific recommendation, regulations that that we have for that?
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, Joe, sorry.
I don't believe so.
Is it something that we should think about in the future?
We can
Because I
think
know
about.
that, yeah, because I know there was a proposal for subdivision within city limits that was proposed within the floodplains of the river, and the city planning commission declined that because of concerns for the integrity of the river. Maybe we should check with them what they have and see if we should include some of that in our regulations.
Sure.
And as far as the fencing, I'll just ask again if we can share the our amendments to the fencing regulations of the county with the Game and Fish. That will save them time in writing the responses and us reading the responses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good, one thought.
Go ahead.
Yeah, following up on that, I understand that generically, wildlife friendly fencing is not required. Could we make that a condition of this approval if we chose?
We don't have anything in the subdivision regulation regarding.
Well, wouldn't it fall under protection of wildlife and there's general findings about the subdivision plat is consistent with, I don't have those in front of me, but I thought we had a kind of a catch-all finding with respect to wildlife. No.
So that's for conditional use permit. Not subdivision. We don't have, no, I mean, it's more set standards, with subdivision.
There's no impacts that they have to address.
There aren't even required findings.
Okay, I guess that's why I didn't see them. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so the furthest we could go with that would be simply to pass along the Game and Fish recommendation to the applicant. That would be an accommodating thing to do. Okay, thank you.
May I interfere again? Sorry. What the Game and Fish recommendations are not as strict as our law or county regulations. So I would recommend that we just give the Game and Fish what we have come up with and forward that to the applicants.
Sure.
Okay, well, thank you, Joe. Is the applicant here? Please stand for questions. And is there anything you'd like to add to your application?
Yeah, absolutely. When we initially made presence before you for our initial construction of the church property, it was brought to our attention at that time regarding the wildlife friendly fencing, and those recommendations were passed along at that time, and we definitely took those into consideration with all the fences that we have built on the property. And so the immediate fence surrounding the church property, you'll notice, is a wooden fence and has no negative impact on wildlife. And then the barbed wire fences surrounding the entire property, while it does need to be, good enough to prevent the cattle from escaping onto our property, we did take into account the measurements that were given to us by Game and Fish at that time. So I want to let you know we did take those considerations into account a couple of years ago when we appeared before you guys. And so appreciate your consideration of this subdivision for us. 33 acres is a lot of property for a church, and we'd love to see that property go to good use. We don't anticipate the need for 33 acres in the near future, and think that the property that we have will be sufficient for the church. Are there any questions that you guys have that I could answer for you additionally to that?
Diana?
So when you say you considered the wildlife friendly, does that mean you built it wildlife friendly?
We did. We built that wooden fence as
You
opposed
just
to
wanted
another
to-
form of fencing, and then we took into account on the barbed wire fence, the spacing for the.
You built it to the game and fish
We did,
specification.
yes, ma'am.
Excellent, thank you.
Bert? Thank you. Maura?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Rob? I don't either. It doesn't surprise me Rory took care of the fences. It's a good job.
Appreciate all that
Thank
you do and your consideration.
So we will conduct a public hearing on this. Is there anyone online or in the room who would like to make a comment about this application? Hearing and seeing none, may I have a motion to close the public hearing? Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Sorry.
Okay, the motion carries. Get our eyes all straightened out. Would anyone like to propose a motion here?
Does the variance have to be approved separately from the subdivision preliminary and final plat application? And I don't see anything in the options that weave that in.
So the variance is essentially part of the proposal. So if you're recommending approval for the proposal, then it would include a variance for
I think
that.
we just got
But
the wording as presented.
Inclusive.
let me just make sure. I would. Yeah, it says that, request for variance shall be submitted in writing. Planning and zoning commission will provide a recommendation for the request, which is the request for a variance, prior, to consideration and decision by the board. So I would, have that as the separate motion.
Okay, so we will need two motions, one to approve the variance and one to approve the basic application. And let's begin with the variance.
Does the variance have a
You can just say the variance.
nomenclature? It's not like V-02-25.
It's less formal than subdivision than general.
Well, then I will move to recommend approval of the variance from chapter 5, section 2.B.4 of the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Resolution.
And I'll second that.
Is there any further discussion?
Well, what about the fence? The maintenance of the fence? Are we concerned about that?
Well, so isn't the fence is existing, right?
But it says that they're gonna split the maintenance of it, and fences don't last forever, right?
That's true, but generally that statute is for the establishment of a fence.
So it doesn't have to be maintained?
Let me see.
Is there any, just the way statements get put on deeds about like, water services not come with this plot? Is there a way to just put something on the deed that maintenance of the,
So there is a statutory default for just maintenance of fence between adjoining property owners. Where you can essentially force each other to go 50-50. But it's. Yeah, under statute 319 isn't applicable in this case because there's an existing perimeter fence. And it isn't a construction of a perimeter fence, which is being completed.
So,
So,
so am I hearing you correctly that there's statute that exists about that the landowners can look to if they run into difficulty in sharing the maintenance of the shared fence in between the two fences?
Would you like to say something?
Yeah, if I could just speak to some, maybe this shed a little bit of light on it. There's not a common fence between the two properties. There's just the perimeter fence. And so our understanding would be that the fence on each individual piece of property that would be maintained by the new property owner. And since there's not a common fence kind of between those two properties, I don't know if that
That's
makes
what
sense.
would make sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
that would normally, if you were splitting it 50-50, that would normally be in the covenants, right?
Sure,
But
absolutely.
you don't want to have covenants, so.
Yeah.
So presumably the new landowner would take responsibility for his perimeters. And that would be, how would that be communicated or understood?
On that property, state statute would.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it's not anything we need to be.
I don't think
No,
so.
because
Okay, I
we just care about the plans for a perimeter fence if none exists.
okay,
That's, yeah, the thrust of our regulations.
all right, so that's not a problem.
But still good. But we need a second here on Maura's motion.
Oh, I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, or we're closing the motion here. We're going to recommend approval of the variance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. Did we hear from Rob?
Yes, I
Aye.
said aye.
So, then moving on to, the application itself. Is there a motion to do something with it?
Okay, I'll recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve the New Life Subdivision preliminary and final plat application SD-02-25, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in this staff report.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
Well, another little detail.
Sure, go ahead.
So the Game and Fish was concerned about sediment going into the river. Is that just a suggestion or is that something that needs to be incorporated? Because it's sediment in the river is a big deal.
Right.
Does that need to be?
I mean, that was during the construction phase.
Yes. Well, and also use really. I mean, if they take out a bunch of vegetation next to the river, that would be a thing.
We don't have anything in the subdivision regulations which would or could address that that I'm seeing.
So we just pass that recommendation along and hope that they.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would just say that based on how the applicant has presented himself at both our meetings, I think things will be probably handled well.
Well, but he's not the one doing the building.
Yeah, still,
So-
we can be hopeful there. We can say a prayer. No, okay, in that case, any further discussion? All right, we'll conduct a roll call vote here. Ms. Corcoran,
Aye.
Mr. Hinckley. Aye. Ms. Hanning,
Aye.
Ms. McDavid,
Aye.
and I vote aye also. That motion carries. So thank you so much. Good luck going forward. All right.
Yeah.
What was that?
Can I be excused? I'm barely awake.
Yes, you may be excused.
Between my cold and the fire that burned my neighbor's barn last night, I am struggling right now.
We'll see you at our next meeting.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay.
That sounds good.
All right,
Thank you,
very good.
guys. Have a good night. Bye.
You will. So, is there anyone here who would like to express a citizen comment? Very good.
Hello, commissioners. I've been here before on this. You guys know this is about 100 North Fork, the Morris house. And I know they're still trying to sell it. I just, I want to talk to you about the compliance, because the compliance it's not yet compliant. All that's happened so far is that the dishwasher and the stove have been pulled out and put into a back room. So really, it's still what it was. And if somebody buys it, we're going to be here again, doing the same thing again. And I know you guys are getting sick of seeing me.
No, we're not. No, we absolutely are not.
So I'm here to strongly urge you to do more than just pull out a couple of appliances, but to permanently disable the kitchen. And that could be, let's see, it would be removing plumbing, it would be removing the electrical hookups so that it can't be a kitchen anymore. And so that's what I'm here to ask you during the public comment. That's it.
And are you also planning to make these same comments to the county commissioners?
I did.
All right.
And
very good.
I will again, but
Very good.
I talked to them about it last week and I said, what are the next steps? Do I need to go back to planning and zoning?
I think what they meant to say was planning department.
Oh, well, hi.
You're right.
So, well, I did say planning and zoning and they did say come back.
Yeah, they did.
So that's why I'm standing here during public comment.
No, that's good that you're
Yeah.
here.
Thank you.
We take note and our staff takes note. But I guess this is something you should address with staff.
Okay, we'll talk later. Okay, thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's good for us to know this, because I mean, this has been a significant matter and we don't always get information flowing back and closing the loop. And that's helpful to everyone. So, good
Yeah.
for you.
Well, thank you. And you'll see me again shortly.
Okay.
Might we ask staff to
Absolutely.
comment on this public comment?
Yeah.
Is that appropriate or not, or?
I'm saying it's appropriate. We can do it.
Where are we? Well, it's.
Yeah, we'll decline to comment at this time.
We can always ask and they.
Fair.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, anyone else like to make a comment here? I don't see anyone online offer anything, so may I have a motion to close the public comment period if we even need to do that?
Might as well. I move we close the public comment period.
Very good. Second.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye, okay. Would y'all like to take a break, a brief 5-minute break?
Well, what I'm wondering, Mr. Chair, and I should have thought about this back when we were approving the agenda, whether, is it too late to amend the agenda at this point in the meeting?
What are you suggesting we do?
Just to move the short-term rental discussion forward on behalf of the people who have to drive back to Centennial.
Well,
We need to start taking action on subdivision.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
It would.
That's a great thought, but, right now we have no structure to our discussion of short-term rentals.
Right.
And we do need to get this other stuff done. And so I'm sorry about that for you guys. But we'll do the best we can.
Okay.
So again, I'll offer the chance for anyone who wants to take a brief break or not.
I'm okay.
Okay, good. We'll drive for it then. David, I believe our next item is amendments to the platting and subdivision resolution drill updates.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, commission members. So you've seen these amendments previously. Was it last meeting that we bring? I think so. The focus is on basically chapters 6 through 14, but it includes most of the chapters just with some changes that were made to terminology and things to make it consistent throughout the whole document. The big things are, we looked at, like chapter 5, we included some standards for delineation of hazardous fire areas, which is the big one that we put in the preliminary and final plat areas there. And then chapter 6 is our design standards, with the help of County Attorney Jake Schneider. Obviously, Matt did a lot of it, most of the heavy lifting on this stuff. We went through all of the standards and updated the road standards. We added some better standards for the major street plan that weren't there. Amended some of the fire safety standards. we eliminated the landscaping standards. And just, yeah, some of that. We did look at the chapter 8. We removed chapter 7, which is the mountain subdivision standards, just because we looked at the standards, and I mean, a lot of the mountain subdivision standards were more difficult than the regular standards, so we're quite sure how that really was fitting in with everything. It just made more sense to take that out. And then chapter 8 is the improvements chapter. How do you deal with financial assurance, release of financial assurance, homeowners association stuff. I think we removed some of that. Yeah, so I know we reviewed this, we looked it over. I think there wasn't a whole lot of changes. We did add a notice standard that was removed that is actually in statute that should still be in there, but it wasn't then. I don't know where it went, so, but it's back now, so. And then, yeah, anything Matt would like to add, since he's like really the guy on this one, kind of the project lead on all these revisions, but I think we kind of went through most of them previously, so.
But again, for the benefit of everyone here, you think we're in good shape here now?
Oh, yeah.
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 Yeah, no, I mean, everything that I've heard from county engineer is that these will actually be like meaningful and having engineers like design subdivisions. Because there's a lot of words, but not really hard standards in there right now.
Okay.
And the original standards for designs of roads and all of that stuff was from 1997. And from my understanding, it was a quick response to some court cases that ruled the way we were doing it to be the wrong way to do it. So I think they were put together pretty quickly, and we've just kind of relied on them for all these years. But now we've had, with Jake's help, really kind of review those things. And so now they mean something. He knows what they mean, and that's most important.
It's all integrated throughout the document, which is exciting.
Yeah. And so this will be the last big change we'll make. So, yeah. I should note that 9 through 14 were removed too. I think you already knew that. Those are the mobile home park standards, RV standards, and they'll be one of your next items.
Okay, well, let's see where we stand. Do any of y'all have any substantial issues to raise?
A couple just questions, but nothing.
Okay, and so about how many points might you have to bring up?
3.
A couple? And Diana?
I thought it looked good.
Okay, Mara?
Yeah, just a couple questions.
All right, very good. Well, Mara, why don't you ask your questions first?
Okay, just regarding the notice of intent to apply that came back in, I just wanted to make sure that the use of the word adjacent, the adjacent property owners, oh gosh, that's on page 4-4, or page 29 of the packet. It's section 9. I guess it's section 10 too. Anyway, the adjacent property owner, can you remind me, we had 2 different definitions previously about what property owners would get notified whether there was like an intervening road, and I just wanted to make sure we were using the correct word that got the property across the road.
Very near next to you, touching, oh gosh, yeah, you'd think I have this memorized exactly by now. Having a common endpoint or border. Cause there's what was the other word?
I can't remember.
Contiguous?
Or not.
The adjacent contiguous.
It was another.
And some of the, I mean, it might be the.
Not a buddy, not.
Yeah, it would have been contiguous, which is being in actual contact.
Yeah, I think we changed it.
So contiguous is the more strict of those 2.
Okay, so adjacent is the right word.
And I think, well, it might be from statute. Because that is a statutory requirement.
If you look at the red line, contiguous was taken out and adjacent.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
okay, cool. Thanks
Good, yeah.
on that one. The other, so the removal of the mountain subdivision.
We've never used it.
Well, I can remember when we did use it for somebody was doing a lot split up in the Wyocolo area. Or something was going on and that came up. Because remember the turnaround that they needed to have
Yeah.
was an issue. And so so you're saying.
We didn't use it.
So coming up,
Wait, it
and
didn't
then,
come up, are you sure about that?
We didn't use the mountain subdivision standards for it.
and then with our new, cause it was mostly focused on roads. Like just being like, you can have these kind of roads in a mountain subdivision. It didn't really have to do with like lot design. It had like some turnout provisions, but when we came up with the standards with the county engineer, for roads generally, in some instances, then the mountain subdivision standards were more stringent than what the county engineer wanted to require. And there's enough flexibility in the road standards that, it's responsive to topography and local conditions, but it's also going to make sure that it's actually a well-engineered road. So when we took that out, really the only thing that was left, which kind of made any sense, was the fire safety stuff.
Right.
So then we carried that forward into all subdivisions.
Okay, and so you sort of created like this, an option to impose more stringent requirements if the planning department decided it was necessary for fire hazard purposes. Really, all I'm trying to remember.
We're making sure that like people are considering.
Okay, so then is like the turnaround, did the turnaround radius get run by our fire people? Or like, would they say you can turn a fire truck around in this design? Cause they're the ones who are at risk if they respond to a fire in a mountain subdivision.
I want to say that we asked Jake about that, the county engineer. And he thought that a fire truck could be turned around because it's essentially nothing can dead end without having a turnaround area that is
Also, it'll be sent to the county fire warden and fire district number 1. And if they had comments on the turnaround, they can make them at that time as well. But I'm pretty sure that was considered, and we did let Chad look at some of the stuff.
Chad looked.
yeah,
So,
well,
yeah.
but not, but
I
Chad
can't
is
remember what we
fire
let him
district
look at.
1.
Sure.
So 60 feet is the minimum radius for turnarounds, for cul-de-sacs or other dead end roads. So that's the general standard, and let me look at the red line. Let me just make sure before we had. Which chapter was mountain subdivision?
Was what?
Mountain subdivision? No, mountain subdivision, okay. So cul-de-sac turnaround pads shall have a minimum right of way of 40 feet. That was in mountain subdivision.
So 60 feet is.
So
60 feet is
better.
Yeah.
Okay,
Turnaround would be designed to accommodate large trucks as well as fire trucks.
okay. If you feel like you covered that base, then that's what my concern was. The fire hazards themselves, Is this, did this get cut out of a different section, just moved, or is it brand new and new wording?
It came primarily from the mountain subdivision, standards. And we ran this by the county fire warden.
So you feel like it's well enough defined, like, I just thought the language was. Like, I just wanna make sure that the planning department has what they need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ultimately, we'll rely on the expertise of the fire people, right? We're gonna send it to them. I think that's the biggest thing. And when we ran it by the fire warden, he seemed, fine with what we proposed. He's like, really just like, let us look at it and, if there's anything, because we were asking about fire chimneys and some of the other,
Right, the other
terminology, and he's
language,
like,
right, like.
yeah, so.
Okay,
Yeah, and I think it's that slope. Cause I looked around to like see how other jurisdictions handle it, and like Oregon has like a statewide, like sort of rating system for fire hazard.
Like they have everything.
But that's like done by a state agency, and it's for like every piece of land throughout the entire state.
So it's like a flood map, but for fire hazard.
Yeah, we don't have anything at all close to that.
Oh, okay. Here's another question for you regarding the fire stuff. So you're making the subdivider keep a fund of money for maintenance of the fire, the safety facilities, unless another entity gets created to take over that responsibility. Am I interpreting?
What is it? So that's the section 7 fire safety standards in chapter 6, David.
Chapter 6.
I don't know. When I was working on this, David told me that this was actually vetted between county fire warden, Albany County Fire District, and planning and zoning a number of years ago.
Yeah, so what'll happen is a subdivider comes in, specifically if it's in fire district number 1, which is the southern, 2/3 of the county, basically. They'll either have to do one of two things. They can pay into a hauled water program. It's not like hauled water.
That's what it's called.
Is that what it's called? Hauled water program. Or they can put in a cistern of a certain size. The fire district would rather have them pay into this fund, because then they can use that to buy equipment such as tenders, tankers, those types of things. And it would be, I guess, more beneficial and easier for them to keep track of, to have their own equipment with ready to go, than to try to find, a cistern. The problem we found with the cisterns was they're planted all over the county, and the fire district doesn't know where they're at. So they would rather have, just buy the equipment and have the equipment available throughout the county. They could quickly go out and get to the fires or whatever. There may still be places where it is an option, or maybe they want to, maybe like in the higher elevations, they may want to have a cistern just to, if there's not another viable source of water. But yeah, this was something we came up with years ago. We actually, I remember talking to like the city fire department and the different folks from the fire district and the fire warden at the time, and this was kind of the plan that we came up with, and that they wanted, the fire district really wanted to have this option for them to pay into that, so that they could use those funds to buy equipment.
So
with the
do you feel like this language gives you that though? Because to me, it leaves it just says the subdivider shall be responsible for maintaining and keeping the fire safety facility filled at all times.
So if they, yes, I mean that they'll have to when they create covenants, and a homeowners association, then if they have a cistern, they're required to maintain that. That's their responsibility, the subdivider, the future homeowners of that subdivision will be required to maintain it. I mean, is it sufficient? That's something that's kind of outside the planning office, what we can do. You know, if the fire district wanted to come up with a plan, a maintenance plan, an inspection plan to do that, that would be totally on them, but that's not something that we're qualified or wanting to do. All we can do is help them get the infrastructure in place, basically. So for us, this is the best we could do, I think, so.
Right. I know a lot of subdivisions that wish there was something like this for road maintenance. Like you had a fund for future road maintenance from bad roads that get put in. But by the way, the road requirements are really great, and good job on getting that done, because I know you were looking for some assistance on that, but I thought all that was really well done. Okay, so I guess I'm trying to think if there was anything else. I guess some of the fire stuff just sort of caught my attention. Okay, the very last thing I have is the fire hydrants requirement. Is that currently required? So like out in South Laramie and out 9 Mile, 7 Mile, where people are getting water from the city, is there hydrant systems out in those subdivisions currently?
In South Laramie?
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I've heard they actually like to go to South Laramie because there's a lot more pressure than in the city hydrants or whatever.
Right.
But it does kind of cause problems for the residents out there, because all of a sudden their water pressures changes really quickly when they're filling up. But anyways, that's what I've heard at least.
So are there hydrants out in 9 Mile and 7 Mile reservoir areas?
I am not sure about 9 Mile or 7 Mile. We had that subdivision. Cottonwood, didn't they have? Cottontail
has hydrants. That's at 7 Mile.
The problem with some of them though is I think even like in Centennial, if somebody hooked up to one of those, they could like bust up their system by pulling that much water into their tanks, from what I've heard, but I don't quote me on that.
Engineering wise, it might not be like feasible.
Right.
So if somebody wanted to subdivide and get permission, like I'm thinking about that Harmony subdivision where she thought she'd be able to get a pump in place that could allow her to tap into the city water. Now that kind of thing, I don't know if that's ever gone anywhere. She did the zoning change.
To the preliminary plat.
Oh, the preliminary plat. So, but if something else like that came along, they'd have to put in hydrants. And they'd have to engineer it that the hydrants would work and not implode the water pipeline.
For if they're on a water system?
Yeah. I mean, looking at the section 7 about if you're on district or municipal water, you're gonna put in hydrants. So this is a new requirement, I guess, right? This is
urban standards?
It's on page 75 of the packet, page 6-15 of the red line strikeout version of the regs.
That's a standard that exists today. Okay. The only thing that is different that was added is that red line that says fire hydrants shall be city of Laramie specifications.
Actually, it looks like that was there.
That was there, just got
maybe it was
moved up. Okay.
Oh, I see. Yeah, it's just right there. Yeah, so that's been there and existed. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. That is all I had.
Okay. Vern.
Yeah, page 6-1 of the red line. It's general design standards, goes back to this thing about game and fish, and I guess I'm just looking for some feedback. Says comments from Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Fish and Wildlife Service and Conservation District shall be considered in the design of the subdivision. Does that mean that the county has authority to condition a subdivision permit on those? I mean, it's kind of this.
I would say that
What's considered?
the county has the authority to say you didn't consider their comments well enough. It leaves a little bit of flexibility. It was our goal in putting that in there. Because there's sometimes where it might not be congruent with like our own regulations.
Well, all right.
What their comments or suggestions are. But with this, we would be able to say, you need to consider this better.
Well, I just, we've had this discussion kind of going on of consider and think about. So to try to put a point on my question, were we to get a subdivision application and comments from Game and Fish, would this give us authority to say, I want you to do that? Because to consider something is, yeah, I thought about it, it was a dumb idea, I rejected it. That would meet the criteria for considered. So what I'm looking for is language in our regs that say, not that you have to do it, but that the county retains the option. We're going to make that a condition of your approval. Does this language do that?
I think it very well could, but it could do that better. I think our goal was to not just make a blanket statement that you shall abide by exactly those recommendations, but to sort of give the county the authority. Kind of, David, do you have?
I mean, would the first sentence of that part A, would that provide the authority?
Yeah, it would certainly, well, preserve insofar as possible.
I mean, and what we would do is like, we would get an application, we send this out to be vetted by these different entities. And if we got some comments back that were like, okay, well, this is really not consistent with what the comments are, we would probably reach out to the applicant and say, hey, we need to discuss this, and maybe even facilitate a meeting between some of these folks to, come up with a plan or whatever. So I guess in actuality, or the way we want it to happen is like, we kind of take care of this and then we bring it to you. But, I guess if we got it to you and then you're like, well, we don't feel like it really this doesn't consider this. Like, this is a major corridor. We've got all the density right in this major corridor. There's no, I don't know, mitigation for wildlife getting through the subdivision or something like that. Then, I think that's a good discussion to have, especially if we have a preliminary plat that you have. And I don't know, I think that you guys can discuss that and figure out if there's changes you want to have made and recommend those and work with the subdivision.
Well, I mean, we know we have some developers that are quite pugnacious, who would say, nice idea, pound sand. I'm looking for ultimately authority to say, we think that you are not adequately considering wildlife considerations. Those are important to us, and we want to make that a condition of this agreement.
I mean, it shall be considered. So like, if we don't feel like it has been considered, I don't know, it's a little.
I mean, consideration, I think, is a little more than like, well, I thought about it, but we're not gonna. We also, continuous and careful thought, a matter weighed or taken into account when formulating an opinion or plan.
We use the word accommodated, in one version of these, which is just a little more.
So I think what we could change that to is shall be considered, and may be required by the board.
That would satisfy.
At the recommendation of the planning executive.
That would quite satisfy my concern.
Okay, and then we also need to put in somewhere, which I think I forgot to do, that we're actually going to be sending these to these other agencies, because statute requires conservation district, but it doesn't require any of the other ones.
Are you all okay with Vern's suggestion?
All right. Good, Vern. Okay, this is the one we just talked about earlier. It's an editorial one, but it's that business about consistency. So I'm on page 3-1. I'd like to see a paragraph break between the requirements to talk to the city and the no subdivision shall be required to be consistent. I mean, it just seems to me that if someone's trying to read maybe it's embarrassing to expose that inconsistency in state law, but in the spirit of coherent regulation, I think that would be appropriate. Again, if council thinks otherwise, but that's a rather garbled paragraph as it stands.
So I mean, essentially, it's stating both requirements from state statute, because 34-12-103 already said, to the extent practical, the board shall ensure the plat application meets the following. Essentially, 98301 kind of limits or puts a hard stop on what's not practical. So what would you just want that broken up into?
I just put a paragraph break in before no subdivision shall be required to be consistent. Again, this is a purely editorial comment. Now, if there's legal reasons not to do that, I'll defer to council, but I'm just reading the paragraph as a simple English, and there's two very different statements there.
In statute, it's all under one paragraph. So I think that's why I left it, but.
All right, well,
we could, I mean, if that.
I appreciate the tremendous effort that's gone into making these as coherent as possible. So anyway, I'll just leave that at there, and you guys as lead authors, if you're comfortable with that, then stand down, but it's not great. The other thought I had, well, we can come to that under the next discussion. Covenants, you've left that pretty much alone. Mr. Gersh and I've had some discussion of what is our relationship with covenants, and it bears on our friends from Centennial's problems that we'll talk about in a bit. So I'm not wasting your time. Am I correct that we didn't do anything with covenants?
No.
Okay.
And actually looking at that statute, that's something the county may require. It's not a shall require for subdivisions.
The covenants?
Like, yeah, it's a completely elective to have counties require covenants or a binding entity.
Well, I guess maybe you've answered my question. You didn't discuss that much, but my concern about the covenants was we have typically taken the hard line of covenants go somewhere else. We don't have anything to do with them. There are no criteria for approving or disapproving anything. So I was somewhat surprised to see that we actually require covenants in certain cases without any criteria for what's acceptable or not acceptable in covenants.
Statute puts none. I mean, that's
just
statute. It's essentially prompting subdividers to think about, longer term matters.
Yeah. So it falls into that category of here's some nice ideas, and we're looking for what's enforceable.
Well, you can put
regulation.
you can put a lot in covenants.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if the county wants to be in the business of that.
But we are to some extent, a surprising extent. When I read through this, looking at the covenants issue, I didn't realize we required anything in covenants.
Isn't it just pertaining to roads though? I thought that was the one piece that we had authority was like everything about your covenants, we can't incorporate into our decision-making except as it relates to roads, I thought.
That's the focus of the language that's in here. Yeah.
Well, this has been a discussion we've had with the Board of County Commissioners in the past too, is like, what can we do to, make sure that roads are built right and that they're maintained properly? And honestly, I mean, the only way to really do that is if the county took on all those roads, which is not feasible for the county. There's so many roads that we have to maintain already. But the second best option is require some kind of road maintenance agreement or covenants and some kind of an entity to make sure that's happening. And all that stuff could be created, and I think we've discussed this, but then it can all be, they can either ignore that or, you know, just dissolve it after the subdivision.
Right,
But
right.
I guess the county feels like, well, we've done our due diligence, and that's kind of the reason why that's there. And it is road-based, basically. That's why we do this, so.
Okay, well, maybe that's just a marker for down the road. One other thing I had was just in your introductory piece, I think it would be useful to point out that we purged the landscaping requirements. That was I think a significant change, so just.
It's in there.
I didn't see that right up front.
No, we did.
I know we did that.
We got rid of landscaping.
No, I put it in my narrative. I think it's under, what chapter is that in?
I was just in the summary of
Should have been
amendments. I was looking for that.
It's at the
chapter
very
6.
bottom of 6.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I see it. Okay, my oversight.
Nope, you're fine.
Good job. Thank you. Okay, that's all I got, Mr. Chair.
Well, in that case, based on the comments we've had, and my questions directly to Mr. Urch and Mr. Ayers, I think we're ready to move this one along. So I would seek a motion that we direct staff to publish this and schedule it for a meeting. Is that right? What we want to do, David?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I move that we post the amendments to the zoning resolution, amendments to the platting and subdivision resolution, rather, for public comment, schedule a public hearing.
So a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries.
We have to have a specific date. Reminder, we just publish it when it's the next meeting. That we can make the 30-day notice.
Yeah, that's fine.
What it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So amendments to zoning resolution addition of mobile homes and RV park standards.
All right, so all of this kind of bears on what we just did there. So with the removal of the mobile home park and campground standards, we put those into zoning, which we feel is the more appropriate set of regulations and standard, or, you know, I guess, regulatory sideboards that we can put them in. So what we did was chapter 2, we included definitions for the mobile home park and campground standards. Chapter 4, we amended the land use table for mobile home park and campground uses. Chapter 5, we included a section for conditional use mobile home vehicle parks, including the permit requirements and standards there. And then chapter 5 is also the conditional use campgrounds, including permitting standards, requirements and standards. So yeah, that's kind of where everything is. Hopefully everybody looked it over, and I'd be happy to answer questions. If you haven't.
So I will ask the same questions. David, you're satisfied we're in good shape with these now?
Yes.
Matt?
Mhm.
All right, so for y'all, do y'all have any substantial issues that you'd like to raise, or does? Then, some comments.
One question.
Yeah, all right, well, why don't we start with you, Marl?
Okay, well, I appreciate that you've been working on these. I know it's been a lot on your to-do list for a long time and not easy to deal with. So the concern that I have is on the land use table, in that, you know, I'm just thinking about some of the situations we've ended up with down in the South Laramie area, where it's a real mishmash of residential and commercial and mobile homes, 3 or more on a lot. And that when we say it's a conditional use on commercial, then we're almost continuing to drive the mobile home parks to be adjacent to commercial business. That might not be like a good mix of human health and a business. If you follow me. So I guess I was hoping to see that mobile home parks could be conditionally permitted in other residential areas. You know, that to me, getting residential use in residential use areas seems more compatible than continuing to drive residential use with commercial properties adjacent.
So right now, that's the only zoning district in which dwelling densities can be met.
That's the issue. So without creating a new zoning district, which is probably what we should do, but we're working on this first, I guess. Yeah.
Because this is how it is
what
right
Matt
now.
said.
The only place that you can have a mobile home park is commercial.
So we can't, the only way to fix this problem then, because of the density issue, is a new zoning district.
Yes.
Everybody loves a new zoning district.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, if you examine other counties, it's pretty common. It's really common.
To see another zoning district or?
Oh, yes.
But, I mean, it's not inconsistent with what you see in the city, though. You see where the mobile home parks are and where the commercial is, and but I see what you're saying, and I get it, you know, but we just put it into the framework that we have right now. And this is the only place it works. So.
Okay.
As opposed to a conditional use or a variance, I guess maybe would leave it as a conditional use in a residential zoning district with a variance? Is that how that would work then?
I don't think that's
variance.
Because every
What's the
time you're
hardship?
granting a variance for something like that, it's always going to be a special privilege that is not really due to a hardship other than I want to do this, but you say I can't.
Yeah. I mean, to me, if we want to do something about this, we should carve out a new zoning district.
Yeah.
Handle it cleanly.
Yeah.
At least this is essentially the status quo.
Gets it.
And then
into
we
the
could,
right-
and it gets all those standards into the right spot.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then I guess I am at a loss
I mean, you're good. They're good comments. No, we hear what you're saying for sure. So.
without a new zoning district, which is not what we're teed up to do right now. So step one, get it in the right regulatory
Bucket.
thing.
Yes.
And, okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Well, that wasn't much at all.
Vernon, totally sympathetic to, we should think of mobile home parks as a second-class residential.
Right.
Fair. Okay. My question was on the idea of modulars and maybe just reassure me when I read the definition of mobile homes about two or more structures that are towable separately but are made to be joined into a single unit. That sounds like the description of what we would call a modular home. So,
Because you can put two double lots together.
right, what distinguishes that from the two halves of a modular home? I mean, what word?
Are they built on a chassis and designed to be used with or without a
No, well-
foundation? So then it doesn't fit that definition.
Okay, I just flag that. So you're comfortable that that would not cover modular homes that come in two pieces on a trailer?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, that was the only one that caught my eye after all the other stuff we've done. And again, good job. This is great to have someone with the diligence and patience of yourselves and Mr. Ayers to go through all of these. What a step forward for the county. Thank you.
I just have a real quick and
Please.
easy one. So you used to say, the land use table used to say campground/RV park, and RV park is crossed out. So where did RV park go? And because we are putting them in the same category, right?
So we split out. So we have mobile home park standard or line, and then there's also the campground line. The RV park is included in the campground. The campground includes different, we also include, isn't that how we do it? Or is it just the RVs I think we have the RVs that are allowed in the campgrounds and the RVs that are also allowed in the mobile homes.
No.
Parks. No, is that not what we did? I can't remember. Let's look. I can't remember what we did. How did we do that, Matt?
So they just.
I thought we called them campgrounds.
Yeah, it just seems clear to me to leave RV park there, even though I guess it is in the definition, so. Yeah,
Yeah, because an RV is a camping unit.
okay,
So campground.
so we're just assuming that's understood. Okay, that was my question.
What we would do is they'd have to do both permits, right? If they had RV park and the mobile home park.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the RV park, that's, the RV is a camping ground, like you were doing teepee tents.
Or,
Okay,
or a spot like with a water and sewer hookup for, an RV.
In that case, everyone satisfied with this? Let's have a motion.
All right, I move I guess we're not approving these.
We direct staff to
I move we direct staff to publish these for public comment and set them for hearing.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. All right, our final one. We're making progress.
Yes, we are.
David, amendments to zoning certificate standards.
All right, so this next one was amendments to the zoning certificate chapter and some definitions. I think this also stemmed from what we've been doing. We just wanted to make some consistency with terminology. Is that correct? Is that why we did this? And there was some stuff that we wanted to change. I'll tell you what we did.
Yeah, so this is kind of like setting it up for, we're gonna at some point come up with like a pretty comprehensive like restructuring of the zoning resolution, like we've just done with the subdivision resolution. And there's only one type of permit that you can require under zoning, and it's not a permit, it's a zoning certificate. So conditional use permit is just a different zoning certificate. So in order to do that, and then also sort of issues that we've had with enforcement is, well, you need a zoning certificate for the construction and use, reconstruction, whatever, of a building or structure. But then you also need a zoning certificate just for the use of land, which is independent from a building or structure. So they're not necessarily tied to one another. So this sort of allows the planning department a broader scope in order to meet that sort of statutory directive.
So to give you an example, like previously there was the Whites Motors or whatever. They had a bunch of automobiles up off of Grand on that vacant piece of property up there. They put in some gravel and stuff. We had nothing that in our regulations to allow us for that use to get a zoning certificate. But now with this, the way we're rewording this and kind of splitting it up into these different categories, if something like that were to happen, we would look and then we'd say, okay, where's this in the land use table? They need a zoning certificate, even though there's not a building. I mean, that's how we had traditionally done it. Like since I've been here, is like if it's a building, it gets a zoning certificate. If it's anything else, then they don't need it necessarily, unless it requires a conditional use, and then it has to go through that. So this just like tightens it up to make sure that we're looking at all the uses, whether they have buildings or not, to make sure that they're complying with all the zoning requirements. That was one part of it, but yeah.
I had a question on that point.
Okay, well,
I'm done with questions tonight, so I'll have to wait till next
on the
one.
floor first. So you're satisfied with this as we're looking at it?
Yes.
And Matt?
Yeah.
Okay.
With knowing that
we'll be making more changes.
This is, and this is like a little bit of a Band-Aid.
Well, everything here is
Yeah.
evolving, so that's
Right,
not,
right.
yeah. So, Vern.
Well, it's on that point of use. What is a use?
It's the
Is that something that's in the table? I mean, is it a change of use if I go from grazing to parking cars? Is it a change?
Yeah.
Is it a change of use if I go from a pharmacy to a vegetable stand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because of the commodity that I'm selling? I mean, I guess I just.
Yeah, it could be that. Could be something like they have a building, they're using it for a home, and now it's commercial property, they're on a home, but now they want to sell, they want it to be a retail business. That would be a change. Or even one of the things we've dealt with is like, okay, we've got this building that's a dwelling, but we want to put another dwelling, but the zoning does not allow us to, but we would be happy to change this dwelling into an accessory building so that we can have this other building that's I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios that have came up so that we can kind of like know what's out there a little bit better than we do now.
I guess I'm just looking, as always, for some lines that we can cleave to, and sometimes they're not, they're just fuzzy, but
right.
If I'm a store and I change what I'm selling, that's a different use, and I need somebody's permission or.
If it's a store, it's a retail business. So it would be in the confines of what's in the land use table. If we have a retail operation, I don't care what you're selling, it's gonna be retail, like as long as you're just selling something.
Okay, that's why I asked if I went from a grocery store to a pharmacy.
No, but it's because you have retail uses and then you have pharmacy as a different.
Well, see, that's different.
use.
That's another use that's outlined in the land use table. So we would use the land use table saying, oh, this is an actual use that's there.
Yeah.
Whether they're selling, soda pops or they're selling hamburgers or I guess hamburgers are more fast food, but yeah, we would use the land use table basically to determine if it's changing use.
And I guess that was the answer. I kind of was suggesting that if I wanted to know what's a different use, it's a different line in the land use table.
Yes.
Okay, just
for the most part, yeah.
Somewhere I would find a home for that. When do I have to come and get this?
Yes, that's what we would look at. Yeah.
Okay, no, that's a coherent answer. Thank you.
I don't know if I gave it coherently, but
Well, no, I was just looking up. Where would I look to see?
Yeah,
I would
right.
say if it's retail sales, then I could sell whatever I want.
Of course, it's coherent. Anything else?
Nope, that's all. That was the only question I had, just in terms of to try to figure out because a use is just a much fuzzier concept than a building. As you say, that's why we're now kind of going out into this. Yeah, are you raising cows instead of sheep? That's a different use, maybe not.
Well, it just depends on how it's stated. So that's kind of the tricky part with just land use tables is you have to they have to be pretty exacting.
A bakery is different than a butcher shop.
Yeah.
At land use table. So that would say, yes, you're changing the use and I need a certificate.
But if you just said like retail food sales, well then, no, it's not.
Okay.
And we're gonna need to do a hard look at the land use table in the near future.
I think that's exactly right.
So.
Yeah. Those are the definitions. So.
Diana, is it correct that you come to us as a technical writer professionally?
Used to be.
Yeah. Are we in good shape here?
It looks okay to me, but I do not.
This is regulation writing.
This is a lot different. Yeah.
These guys always decline to comment. You could take the same refuge.
Yeah.
In that case, may I have a motion to move this forward also?
Could I just ask, this is.
Usually ask a question.
So, like the changes to the campgrounds and RV park are not in here, that's deliberate because they haven't been for public comment yet, or?
In this specific set of
That's what you meant by it's
regulations.
gonna be changed again, or?
Oh.
Like the land use table still says all the same stuff
Right.
about, the old stuff about the campgrounds.
Right, so these are separate issues and we brought them to you separately, and so they'll be, I don't know how we'll change them going forward. I mean, can you do that? Just like have them all approved and then?
Yeah, it all shows what is being changed.
Yeah, so it'll be just the changes that we're making that will be approved, not like the document, if that makes sense, like a new document.
This
Yeah.
will be.
It's basically, it's the red line that's being approved, like.
Yeah.
In in a legislative bill, there is no context. They just say like, add to the statutory section, this paragraph, and you don't see what's around it. And I mean, this is essentially that this would have that same effect, where it's like.
So this is gonna be published for public comment also.
Yeah.
Yes, all of it's what we.
They're gonna be separate, and the fact that the campground stuff is not in this one is not gonna confuse anybody? I mean,
I hope not. Nope.
Is there an efficiency there to combine them into one public hearing? It's the same, you're opening up the zoning.
Part of the same document.
But then it's also,
I mean, we're dealing with specific,
Issues,
themes and issues in each of them, so we've kind of separated them for that purpose.
and conceptually, I think it's.
Yeah, it's easier to say, okay, this is kind of what we're working on here, and this is what we're working on here. I mean,
We did them all at the same time, at different times also.
right,
So-
right.
That's, I mean,
I think conceptually this makes sense.
yeah.
And maybe I
In
can
a way,
clear
it's
things
easier
up a little
to follow.
bit too, and like,
It's easier to follow, but it's just a little confusing. I think that we put out the campground thing and then we put out this without that in it. And
I'm sure at our public meetings, we can clear up any confusion as it arises.
yeah,
We'll do our
yeah.
best.
Okay, I just wanted to.
No, that's a valid comment, of course.
we don't try to create confusion, but we may.
There's a lot of stuff here.
There's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff.
It's-
I agree.
So I go back to the design standards and thank God, Jake.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we still be struggling.
I did make that road diagram though, so.
He did.
Right.
Nevertheless, can we have a motion to move this forward?
I move that we direct the planning committee to publish this for public comment.
The scheduled meeting?
Schedule a meeting, yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. All right, we accomplished the goals that we set out to accomplish. So now we will have some kind of a discussion on short-term rental in the county. And this is actually the kind of thing which I tell people we should never do. There is no structure in advance here. We have no goal or agenda, so this is all falling on me. And no set time limit either, but we will have discussion. And at some point we'll end the discussion. That's the rule of thumb.
Can we take a short break?
Yes, we can take a short break. We'll start with that. We'll have a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and do short-term rentals and
Can I just outline what I've
No.
given you
Yeah, yes, you
before
can.
we go forward? But we don't have to do that now. We can do that after. the
No,
break.
yeah, you will outline.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah.
So 5-minute break. our meeting here.
Please say Canada will be used against you.
We're live again. David, your comments?
Yeah, so I really didn't have a whole lot of comments. I just wanted to outline what's in the packet. I took all the public comments that we received before the packet went out, and put those together, so you have them all in one place. I did take all the emails that I had and I threw them into ChatGPT and it gave me a summary of the key issues. So I don't know if you saw that, but it's like got an outline of some things. I was like, wonder how that, I mean, it's just fun to play with some of this stuff, but it did a pretty good summary for me. So, that wasn't me. That was ChatGPT. I'll give all the credit. And then,
But it was just training on you, so it was just doing what you would have done. That's how the AI works, right?
right, exactly.
It was all your work.
Absolutely. Yep. And then there's a staff memo from November 8th, 2023. The last time this issue came in, I think this is the third time that this came before the board in my tenure here. So, I kind of agree with my comments that I made back then. And, so I know that we have some folks here, and would like to make some public comments, and I think you're amenable to that. So, we can listen to them and have a discussion in whatever way you would like to. As, you said, Chair Plat, there's no sideboards to this discussion. We could just have some fun with this. So
Yeah.
whatever you want to do.
Well, let me start with Matt. Matt, right now, what sort of regulatory authority does the county have to regulate short-term rentals?
Yeah. So we can regulate it as a land use, where we can prescribe by zoning district whether it is allowed, conditionally allowed, or prohibited. We can't. It is my legal opinion that we do not have licensing authority through zoning.
Can't license a certificate.
Like how Sublette County did theirs, where it's an ongoing thing. In statute, it's very clear that a zoning certificate is a one-off thing, and it lasts in duration so long as the use doesn't change. It can have conditions, but those conditions are perpetual throughout the life of the zoning certificate. So yeah, that's.
So can a condition be that you must annually pay money to the county to?
Nope. Because statute.
I like that one.
Statute, yeah, I mean, yeah. Now statute does not authorize that sort of renewal of any kind for a zoning certificate.
So sorry, Mr. Chair, if I might be.
Well, yeah, let's just hold up a second there. So you have no doubts about this. We can do it through zoning, but not a licensing or certificate type process. That's off the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just licensing.
Okay.
Or I guess yeah.
And David, do you have any general thoughts about how we ought to perhaps go at this these days? And you're the one that's been looking at it the longest.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Chair.
we should rely on your expertise.
I mean, obviously, we've had a lot of comments in the last few weeks, I guess. We've been receiving them. I don't particularly have any advice or recommendations other than if you do decide to go forward with something, it would be nice to take a look at, come up with maybe some options to do this. I'm not sure if it's something that's got to the point where we need to do this. From just the information was provided, there's approximately 28 properties in Centennial that may have those short-term rentals. I was looking at some of them. Some of them are commercial and they've had cabins on the properties since I've been here. So I don't know if they're actually, if you want to count those or not, but I just took a quick look at those things. So, if there's around 600 properties in that vicinity that I counted, 28, rentals, it's not like an overwhelming amount of those properties are being used for short-term rentals. I think it's like 4% of the properties in that area. So, yeah. So, and honestly, if we did regulate it, it would probably be through zoning. If we did a conditional use, permit, I'm not quite sure how that would be helpful, because the use of a property for a rental, for 3 or 4 days, still a residence. They're still using that to sleep and to do their things there, and a place to stay. Just like if they rented it for 30 days, or if a homeowner, live there all throughout the year, the impacts are basically the same. The traffic's not going to change. Whether there's nuisances or those types of things, those can be regulated in different ways. If people are not staying on the roads or on other people's property, that's a trespassing issue, whether, they own property up there or they don't. Yeah. So, but that being said, I'm happy to hear the discussion, hear the comments from members of the public, review this. If there needs to be something that needs to be done, then we'd be happy to help come up with something that's reasonable.
So a few more things then.
Okay.
For the kind of nuisance complaints that we have seen made in these comments we've received, do you have any sense of how responsive the sheriff's office is? When a complaint comes in, or how responsive they can be?
I can't speak to the sheriff's office. I have no clue.
And is it right that generally you can sort of break down short-term rentals in 3 sort of basic categories? Where one category would be you have a residence that's being used strictly for short-term rentals year-round.
Mm-hmm.
Second category would be where someone has maybe bought a property and is using it for a vacation home. And when they're not using it for vacation, then they're using it for short-term rentals.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe a third category where you're actually living in the place, more or less year-round, but occasionally you're going and then you might use it as short-term rental. Is that sort of a fair characterization of 3 basic categories, or is there more?
I believe so. I think that's in my memo from 2000.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure I
Yeah.
said. So are y'all okay?
Yeah, it's very
Having sort of a free range discussion? 30 minutes be okay? I mean, we're at 7:30 now. Go to 8. Would that be okay?
Well, let's see where we are.
Well, I'm just saying, you want to cut it short of that maybe, or
No,
or you might want to go
I would
longer?
leave it open if we
End up,
I
okay.
feel like we're being productive.
And then just finally, so we know, why don't you 3 citizens tell us who you are again, and just put it on the record. You, sir.
Kelly Cole.
Kelly Cole and
I'm Bree Arnbrecht.
Bree Arnbrecht, and,
Michelle Philly.
all right, very good.
And then we have BJ.
We have
Finney
BJ Finney.
on this phone.
Okay, very good.
And are they the authors of we have a specific thing in front of us.
I am the author
Okay.
with Vicky
Okay.
Haley.
But let's just hold that last thought just momentarily. So if we could define short-term rentals in a sensible way, they're susceptible to zoning. That was what Mr. Ayers and Mr. Gersh has told us. And that zoning could be prohibited here, or conditional use here, or allowed by right there. But the stricture that we're hearing here is it would not be something that could have continuing inspections, anything beyond that initial approval. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it would have whatever standards are prescribed in the zoning resolution.
Okay.
But those would only be enforced upon, complaint or knowledge of violation.
Yeah, all right, but they would have a life if it said you can't put more than 5 people in, then that's the rule forever. And if you violate it, then you're out of compliance and we have an enforcement action. So maybe I'm not hearing the distinction that you're making between a one-time permitting versus something that has a continuing monitoring obligation or enforcement.
It's that annual renewal and annual inspection inspect. That part the county does not have authority for from the zoning statutes or from any other statutes.
So you could say this is how it's going to be operated. We can't
To an
demand that every year we go in and see if it's operating that way.
To an extent, I think that and I've discussed this with you before. There is a very fine and fuzzy line between zoning and something else regulatorily. And I think we need to be mindful of that. Things like, a fire extinguisher. How are we ever, that's essentially empty words on a piece of paper.
Okay, let's stop one and do one more thing. Let's just, at least for the purpose of this discussion, of course, we can change it. Just assume we're talking about short-term rentals, meaning something's been rented out for 3 days or less. And I think that's probably generally okay. I mean, we don't have to hear that, but that's kind of what we're talking about. We're not talking about 6 months or year and a half, but a day, 30 days. That's what we're kind of talking about. And we understand this to be like Airbnbs and VBROs, that kind of thing. And then finally, if it's okay with my colleagues, why don't we give our citizens here a chance to speak a little bit first and say whatever they might want to say, and we'll listen.
Well,
how's that?
And I have some questions.
Is that
on
okay with y'all?
Sure, here.
Yeah, we can ask questions, of course. You don't got to answer them
I'm gonna
then.
try to my
All right, Michelle.
best. Hi, I'm Michelle Tillery.
See, we're not tired.
Not yet.
I'm seeing you.
And I live in North Fork, in Centennial. I have a bunch of stuff to say, so do you guys want to let me get through it and then ask questions, or, okay, let's do it that way.
Okay.
All right. First of all, I'm gonna beg to differ with David's numbers. 2 years ago, when he did a cursory search, over 600 properties, he came up with, in the Centennial Valley, not just Centennial proper, he came up with 21 Airbnbs or STRs, short-term rentals. Now, we went to the county assessor and we just did 4 quadrants of Centennial proper, which you can see on the map on page 16. And with that small area, not the entire valley, not all the way to Albany, we have 48, not 28. We have 28. We may have 28 owners that we found, but there are 48 Airbnbs. And again, on that map on page 16, somebody from Rainbow Valley, somebody from Twin Rivers, and a person from Centennial proper, and me from North Fork went through and marked all of the Airbnbs that we knew that were either listed on VRBO, Airbnb, or that were rented separately as a vacation home. And 48 is, I think we're still low. So now if you think about it, we have less than 300 people that live in Centennial, including my area, including Aspen Country. There's one in Aspen, there's 2 in Aspen Country now too. And that's a huge amount. We have taken pretty much everything off the market for people who need to rent, people in the service industry, but I'm going past. Okay, so.
Can we put a few little quick questions?
Oh, yeah, bring it on.
That's all right.
No, this is free ranging.
Okay,
So
you said
We're free ranging.
you said you're an assessor. That's what caught me
Yeah.
here. How does the assessor?
Well, because we're trying
What do they
to, because before, and David, I want to praise you for what you did before, and I want to bounce off of that because I think you set the stage for some movement here. But okay, David said there were 600 properties and there were 21 Airbnbs 2 years ago in 2023. And so we're like, geez, that just doesn't sound right because we live there. And so we went to the county assessor and we drew parameters around. And yes, there are 446 properties, but as you can see by the map, a lot of them are idle, or they're two properties together that make up one. Page 16, in case you missed it. That beautiful map, right? And the little blocked in things are the ones where are known Airbnbs.
So the assessor didn't tell you who was a B&B. They just gave you all the plats. That was the.
Yes, no, they did not know, okay. And they don't know about all of them. I mean, they have, they're the way the taxes work. It's it comes from the state in bulk to, so they don't know who is paying. So the Airbnbs pay through, I'm sorry, I know so much about this. Airbnbs pay through and then it all goes to the state and then state divvies out. And I think it's 2% from the state and 2% from the county or something like that. I can't remember exactly. And I don't need to go down that rabbit hole. Okay, back to, so now we counted 48, right? Some of those aren't listed on VRBO. Some of them aren't listed on Airbnb, but they exist. I guarantee it. And that's a huge amount that comes off the market for people who need housing in our area. And for the numbers, 21 in Centennial Valley 2 years ago. And now just in those 4 quadrants of Centennial proper, we have 48, not even excluding the ones that are outside, like Kelly Cole has one in Deerwood. There's some in Albany. There's some in Sheep Mountain. Just in Centennial, that's 125% in 2 years growth in real estate that comes off the market for people who want to live there. So I think we're at a tipping point in our community. And I know we're not the only ones. I mean, we know that Saratoga's having this problem. We know that I think Douglas is having this problem. In fact, just a cursory search on, Airbnb problems in communities will, it will fill up your entire pages and pages on your browser. Okay, so blah, blah. Sheriff is a minimum of 40 miles away. And even if the response is 40 minutes, which it isn't, that means that if somebody has a big bonfire during a red flag warning, what's our recourse? Now, if it's a local, I do want to state this emphatically. We have local owners like Kelly's family or a neighbor of ours who's had Airbnb now for, I don't know, a decade. She does a great job. And somebody else local who has, they live in 6 Bar E and they have a Airbnb up in Centennial proper. They're right there. They can answer any problems. And you can call them up and you can say, hey, there's an issue. But guess what? There's no issues because they're local. So where we're having a problem is where people who don't have any connection to the community, and then they have an Airbnb, and it just goes through. Now, before, I know I saw a couple of the letters from the Airbnb owners, unsigned, I might add, and they were saying, don't regulate us out. We're not here to regulate anybody out, but we are here to get a handle on stuff because our community is starting to suffer. They said that they pay all this money in the community, but one of them charges $350 a night for one place and $400 a night for the other. So it's not a matter of not gaining money and paying your mortgage. They're making quite a bit of a profit. And up in Centennial proper, there's one property that has 3 yurts, 3 hot tubs right on the road. I mean, it's insane. And there's another 4 that were being built on the ridge of Centennial Valley that will be used as Airbnbs. The construction hasn't happened in a couple of years, so I don't know what's going on with that. All right, blah, blah, licensing and inspection. So coming back to our friend David. Hi, David. 2 years ago, he came forward with you guys and he said, here are some examples of other places that do this or who are having challenges. And one was Jackson, Teton County. One was Laramie, which is not really analogous. And then the other was Sublet. So we took a look at Sublet and it actually works. It works for the unincorporated parts of our county. So we took the Sublet and kind of punched it around a little bit. Didn't change anything in the ordinance, but just changed, stuff that would be more specific to Albany County. And we'd really like you to take a look at that.
Michelle, just a second here. I mean, you heard what Matt said, right?
That Sublet wouldn't work for us?
No, that we can't do that.
And why can't we do that, Matt?
I explained that to planning and zoning.
Well, I'm here, so can you explain it to me?
I'm gonna confine my legal advice to the county.
So Matt has advised us that we're not gonna be able to go down that route.
And-
That route, what do you mean by that route?
Licensing and certificating. Administering through a licensing and certificate process.
So could I ask, so are you saying Sublette County is on thin ice legally in doing that? Or why could they do it and we can't?
Well, they haven't been challenged on it, I'm assuming.
Okay, so
That's generally how you do things, but no, I'm saying that the county can't require a renewing license or certificate. The zoning certificate is a one-off deal, which, lasts in a perpetuity until it's violated or changed. The county can put conditions on it through a conditional use permit or
so could we do a
standards.
condition like there has to be a
for the use.
local agent? Would that be an acceptable condition? Because it sounds like that would help a lot.
It would help tons.
That might address a lot.
So who's gonna coordinate that?
Well, if,
So, there are some things which you as a commission will need to think about just logistically.
Okay, and I interrupted you, but please go
no,
ahead again.
but I hear what you're saying and I know you advise them, but I am part of the county. And so I do appreciate an answer, when I ask something. Okay, so coming back to, I haven't even gotten to the licensing stuff yet, but health and safety is an issue, and that issue isn't just the licensing and the safety check every year, but frankly, the hotels have to do that every year. They pay a license fee every year. They pay a safety inspection every year, which BJ is a hotel owner. He can address that himself. He's on the screen.
So who regulates that?
Yeah, who regulates that?
Who regulates
County.
those hotels?
And Department of Health.
Hey, BJ.
The state.
Yeah.
So is this a place for the state to?
Maybe, but we're starting here. We're starting here with this discussion, but the one thing, all right, so blah, blah. Okay, so yes, to a local agent or owner, it does make a difference. And knowing that you can call somebody when you're so far away from any sort of enforcement opportunity is important. And they should be local, 15 minutes away, so that, okay, so aside from Sublette County, which we like, and I think it could still be explored, is a commission or a committee to explore this further and do listening sessions. Mr. Gersh recommended this 2 years ago, and it hasn't gone any further. So I will make a strong recommendation for that now, so that we can start to move forward instead of just kicking the can down the road when we have 75 or 100 Airbnbs in our tiny little town of 300 people. We are at a tipping point.
Well, one question, you just referred to Centennial as a little town. Have you all started talking about incorporation?
Have you been to Centennial?
I have been to Centennial.
I know, sorry, that was rhetorical. I just don't see a path forward on that. That's just not where it's gonna go.
Well, my question was actually serious about, have people talked about it at all? Have you ever heard anything about it?
Immediately, if there's a discussion, it gets shut down. Yeah, immediately, if not even sooner. If you just say, it just gets shut down.
So going through with your.
Please, I'm ready.
Okay, well, I got pages of comments.
Oh my God, I've got pages of answers.
But let's follow that thread for a minute in terms of what can you do for yourselves, as opposed to coming to the county looking for zoning. So talk to us about homeowners associations, covenants, deed restrictions.
Okay,
Where do those fit into this?
I can totally answer that.
Okay.
Out of the 4 quadrants that I gave you guys, there is, I think, 1, maybe 2 neighborhoods that have covenants with teeth or actual homeowners associations that can tackle this. One is 6 Bar E, which is, I put on my map, they've already banned Airbnbs in that area. And then the other, does Aspen Country have covenants? So Aspen Country is the second one. Nobody else. So North Fork does have an owners association, but it's only for the roads. That's it. No teeth. It has been proven by the attorneys that we hired, that all we can do is charge money and fix the roads, and that's it. And there's a road district in Rainbow Valley, but I don't think they have covenants, do they? Rainbow Valley?
No.
Yeah, so the only ones are those two that I mentioned. Centennial, no. Rainbow Valley, no. Twin Rivers, no. North Fork, no.
They don't have homeowners associations at all, or they don't have homeowners associations that have.
The only
any?
one that has a homeowner association, aside from the two that is North Fork has an owners association, but the covenants, the way they were put together, is so scrambled. There's 19 different types of covenants, and it was just sort of proven that all we really can do is collect money for the roads and fix them. So we have no teeth anywhere else.
And things like deed restrictions, like you may have heard about in the Ahrenholtz discussion, is there any of
So
that
I was
floating
interested
around
in
out there?
that because they did talk about, because yes, we do have deed restrictions on North Fork. So how would you go forward with that in North, for a deed restriction? I mean, could I as a neighbor do something, or is that something that the former owner has to do for a violation of that?
I don't know the answer.
I don't know the answer either. I mean,
asked our attorney to
because-
perhaps give us a primer on just how those kinds of things
Well,
work. I think he declined, but Matt, do you have anything to say at all?
He's going to decline.
No. Okay,
But the man over there, he did say that deed restrictions were very narrowly subjected to, the law. The guy that got up for the very first, whatever that was. And that's something that we could check into. But again, we have 5 in North Fork out of 90 houses. It's Centennial, Rainbow Valley, it's everything together. It's not just us. So we're here as a group, not as a neighborhood. So there's nobody from 6 Bar E here because, they don't have any skin in this game.
Well, I guess what I find myself wondering is everybody would like someone else to come in, be the heavy, and tell the neighbors how to behave themselves. And the question is, well, what options are available short of that?
Mm-hmm.
And then perhaps if there are people who have bought properties that you understand have deed restrictions against short-term rentals, you collectively ought to explore the legal options. I don't know anything about
it. There's no STR stuff in anybody's stuff. This is a new thing.
Sure.
And those covenants, those messy covenants that were put out for North Fork, and I can only speak to that. They were put out in 1963, 1964. STRs were just not a thing. This is a decade, 15 years old at this point.
Is there, in those covenants, messy as they are, is there a way to amend them?
No, because first of all, you'd have to get,
It takes like 2/3 of the property owners, but.
Well, first you'd have to change the covenants and then you'd have to get,
2/3 of the property owners would have to agree or.
I'd have to check the bylaws. I don't really
Yeah.
have that because I'm not on the
But
board.
if you can do that, then you can put them in, right? Short-term.
Yeah.
And if enough people are being bothered by it, maybe that would work.
Well, again, I'm not here just to represent North Fork.
Right.
I'm here to talk about the 4 quadrants of Centennial that we've been discussing. I see what you have. I understand what you're saying though.
Yeah. It's hard with no law enforcement in town though.
Well, we do have a county sheriff, and we have a county commission.
Right there.
Right. So, that's why we're here, because you guys still represent us, all of you, and so we need some guidance here and we need to figure out a path forward instead of saying, oh, well, there's nothing you can do and come back in 2 or 3 years when you're angry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, just
Yeah.
Can I just throw out?
No, this, you don't need that permission. We're.
Free flow. So I just want to throw out ideas that I am aware of in other states. And Mr. Ayers can say like, no. In one state, I'm aware that the way they've addressed it on the county level is through the zoning ordinance would describe a short-term rental as not being a dwelling. Like, so in the definition of a dwelling, it puts in what a dwelling is not, and what a dwelling is not is a short-term rental or anything that's lived in fewer than 30 days. And then the county came in and applied a whole different tax structure to those properties. So if you can't get a fee, but you're charging a whole lot of taxes on it, then you are bringing money in the county to be able to oversee the properties. You can't keep doing inspections. You could just do an initial inspection to make sure that, you know, it's ADA compliant and it's got smoke detectors, carbon monoxide, fire extinguishers, right? So, but then, you know, how that gets maintained after that, it sounds like we're the county's done. In another state, I know that they came up with their planning and zoning ordinance or equivalent requires that the property owner live in the community. So they were trying to, I think, avoid having some of these large companies buy up all these parcels, turn them into short-term rentals. And so they required that there's certain residency requirements you have to meet to be given the permit. For us, I guess we'd call that a conditional use permit. Those are just two other ways that I'm aware of that other communities in other states have tried to deal with it. So just throwing that out as yet. And I guess the last thing available to you is going to the state legislature and saying these places are providing lodging. They should be held to the same requirements of motels and lodges and pay whatever fees. And, you know, I don't know what kind of uphill battle that is, but I mean, getting a statutory statewide change and getting the other counties that are having this problem to try to do that is the only other thing I can think of, which is a big hill to climb.
Yes, it is a big hill. I think, yes.
Kelly wanted to say something, I think.
Well, when I have a short moment for.
Well, you got a short moment right now. You raise your hand.
I know. Well, this is a free for all. And don't forget that BJ Finney is on there. He's a hotelier.
I haven't seen anything yet over there, but I've got my eye on that little square.
I'm ceding to the guy who's going to talk against me.
Talking about rather than for and against.
So my name is Kelly Cole. I live on Highway 11, and Michelle referred to me as having Airbnbs, which I don't.
Oh, it's your family.
Well, but I have no association. I don't even like them. But I am 100% opposed to trying to regulate them. I think that is something that should be done at the subdivision level. And the way I look at it, there's like 20 people that have written letters. They're opposed to Airbnbs. They get irritated because, you know, people are parking where they shouldn't be. They get stuck in the roads. They are probably having bonfires. All those things are an irritant, but I do not see why it should be handled at the county level. And I think it's important to, you know, to try to, if for one thing, they all live in subdivisions, all those, there are covenants. Those covenants can be amended. And if there are enough other people that felt strongly enough about that potential problem, then that could be handled through the subdivision covenants. But if there's not enough people that feel as strongly as Michelle does, it goes nowhere. So there's obviously not a problem, in my opinion. Not that big of a problem that it's got to be addressed. There was a subdivision that went through that. They did change their covenants, and they banned Airbnbs or short-term rentals, and so it's possible. So I don't think, the other thing too is we're talking what's a perceived problem and applying that to the entire county, which, there's ranches that, they're supplemental income. I mean, everybody thinks these Airbnbs are, where snow machiners and four-wheelers and rip up the roads. And well, there's ranchers that rely heavily on what you would classify as short-term rentals. They have, especially ranches that have maybe fishing properties or hunting properties or something. I mean, if you're going to start grouping short-term rentals into these classifications, then you're messing with people's livelihoods too. And so there's, it's kind of like, how do you start to define one, the irritants versus, the guy that's trying to supplement an agricultural income by doing something like that. And we talk about houses being taken off the market. Well, that's true. But the thing is that housing has just gone up. It's ridiculously high now. And I don't attribute that to Airbnbs. I think there's a lot of other things. Airbnbs, the people that could afford the Airbnbs are the ones that are buying them, which unfortunately has a lot of the local people, they can't afford that price range anymore. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's caused by people purchasing Airbnbs. I think the relationship is more about Centennial has become more of a desirable place. We got found, unfortunately. The recreation's big, people are wanting to get away from other people, so it's become desirable. And that's more of a factor in what has driven up pricing, in my opinion, than the fact that people are buying them as Airbnbs. You bring up something like that. We own businesses around Centennial and in Centennial. And so I've approached other business owners. I haven't approached BJ yet, but that's coming. But I've approached other business owners about trying collectively as business owners to provide a housing for employees, and it dies. It goes nowhere. I mean, it's easy to whine about not having employees and not being able to do anything. But when the reality of trying to do something and costing a business some money to do it, it dies. Same thing with incorporating Centennial. I've brought that up, and and it's like, when something like this comes up, I'll say, well, maybe we ought to incorporate the town of Centennial. Then you can have your own rules and regulations. You can do whatever you want. No, we don't want rules and regulations until an irritant pops up, and then they want a single rule and regulation. And that's basically what's been happening.
So tell us about the HOA that changed its covenants to exclude short-term
I'm not exactly sure how they did that, but I know I'm surprised it didn't get contested, because that was at the time when people were investing in property to do short-term rentals, and 2 or 3 people did that. And then it became apparent that more might, who knows? But anyway, they decided to, I don't know how they changed, because I'm not on that board or in that subdivision, but it was changed.
I can answer that. There was an Airbnb, that somebody bought a house and made it into an Airbnb, and they were at the ministry up on the mountain. And the the board of Six Bar E got together and there's not a lot of people that live in Six Bar E, and they voted to oust any Airbnb. The ministry sold the house and Allison Chuck bought it. And that's how it happened. There's only like, what, 12 houses out on Six Bar E? It's not very big.
But it's possible.
Okay.
And it's a relatively new area, so their covenants are solid. And coming back to what Kelly said, there are only 2 subdivisions, Aspen Country, which is also quite small, and Six Bar E, which is small, who have covenants. And the rest of us are just out there.
Bree, do you have something you'd like to say?
There's so many things and I'm nervous because I've never
Don't
like.
be nervous.
actually
Go
done-
for it. The first time I was here, I was nervous. And after about 5 seconds, you're not nervous anymore, so don't be nervous.
Cry, I did.
No, I don't want to cry. I just, is it okay that I stand here? So I
Stand
can
where we
see
want to.
everybody. I can appreciate what you're saying, Kelly. When you say an irritant pops up, that's me. I know that. I'm one of them. But like, I'm like the young generation. Well, no, because I bartended, I talk to people talk about this. And I complain. I'm like, man, it really sucks because I love this community. I've tried to give back to this community. I definitely will never be able to afford anything here. I mean, and I'm a traveling camp cook making good money, I work for the university, I bartend, and I still know I'm never gonna get that. And so then I look around and I've gotten kicked out of 2 places because the owners decided they were going to make it into an Airbnb. We have only a handful of rentals, and honestly, some of them shouldn't be rented, but that's fine because we're not regulated, right? We don't want to teeter on that unincorporated thing. And so for me, just personally, like I want to be able to continue to stay in the county, stay in Centennial, but I'm up against a wall. And I get that there's a lot of fuzzy lines, and I don't know how all that's gonna work, but it just feels like it always is like on deck for years, I guess. And unincorporated, it's really funny because I have people like Bob Cook that tell me all the time, oh, this place, nope, it's never gonna incorporate. Nobody's ever gonna want that. And so I did find your comment kind of interesting, that you support that. And I will say as the.
Oh, I didn't say support it, I brought it up.
Well, no, yeah, but yeah, I'm not saying that you
There's a
support it, but you.
It's usually done to make a point.
Yeah, but, and I actually have started to talk to some of the younger people in Centennial. There is still pushback, of course, but like, there's not many young people in Centennial, so that's like another little side factor of, like, if there's no place for us to even rent and like start a life in Centennial, having a rental, like, we can't add more young people to then maybe support it down the line or not support it, you know? So that's kind of my thoughts right now.
Okay.
I get that it's a very sensitive and like you would have to balance it perfectly to make it work and not get sued or like contested or whatever. But something has to give. And I feel like because we won't incorporate, that's putting the blame on us. And yet we don't have then maybe the support of the county like we all thought we might because we're part of the county, if that makes sense. So.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's quite a problem.
Yeah.
So what, this is questions for Mr. Gertz as much. Why I asked about the assessor. These folks have to pay lodging tax, is my understanding. Is that right? If I rent my place out, then I pay a lodging tax, both to the state and Albany County.
No, not according to the assessor. Well, the last time I talked to her in 2003, I can show you my emails. She said that the state does the taxing of lodging tax, but we do not. The county does not.
But the county has its own lodging tax.
No, the county receives the fees, but it doesn't administer the tax or is involved in the collection whatsoever.
Okay, but we the county voted on a lodging tax.
For
My
an increase
understanding-
above the
Right, there's a state,
5%.
and then the state allows us to increase it.
Well, in the state, yeah, the state doesn't get that entire 5%. It gets split like 3 and 2 or half and half.
It's actually 7%, 5 to the county, 2 to the state.
Okay, but I guess my point is that somebody has a list of everybody who's paying lodging tax.
The Department of Revenue. And it's not abundantly clear from, I talked to the assessor, or not to the assessor, I talked to the treasurer this afternoon. And it's not abundantly clear because when it is Airbnb or VRBO, the company itself collects the lodging tax and remits it to the state. In bulk.
Well, that, as I talked to an Airbnb owner, that was one of the services. Airbnb isn't a thing, it's a brokerage, it's a management.
But it's not split out about, we can't look up what 100 North Fork.
But somebody can.
We probably have to.
Okay, that's my point is not, we have it. In fact, I had a question to the treasurer in that very point, but it seems to me that somewhere there must be a list of who's paying lodging tax.
Right now, the county does not have evidence that people are not paying lodging taxes that are supposed to.
And I'm not questioning whether they're paying it or not. I'm just trying to get a handle on who is out there, to your point of making the count. And why can't we count the number of people who are renting lodgings? The state statute, they define what they mean by lodging, and it's basically sleeping overnight. And they are all required, we don't know if they're doing it or not, but they're all required to pay lodging tax.
Because of how it's remitted to the state by these companies.
But he's saying, why can't we go to the company?
Can I add in something real quick?
Please go ahead,
Yes,
BJ.
I'm BJ Finney. I'm the owner of the Old Corral. A way that these properties are getting around this is they are not regulated as a commercial operation. So they do not have to track the nights that are rented out. They don't have to track, they do track Airbnb and VRBO taxes if it is booked through that engine. A lot of properties, because I've done it myself before owning this hotel, will contact the owners individually if they're a repeat customer, and those bookings don't show up. So there is a margin of error there that is substantial in the non-collecting of taxes. There's no way to regulate this because these are not, they're not viewed upon as a commercial operation, but that's exactly what they are. They are supplemental income. They are generating revenue using this property. And if you're generating revenue, you are a commercial entity.
Well, so is a landlord then. By that definition.
And they pay taxes.
And they pay taxes on it.
But they don't pay a lodging tax.
No, but the county has no.
We're talking short term, not long term. There's your difference.
We don't regulate taxes, so.
Okay, I'm not trying to say what the county is or is not doing. I'm just saying there is a structure out there to identify short-term rentals under the state statute. And they define lodging services to apply to, I'm quoting from the state statute, transient guests. Then they go on and define transient guest. It means that guest remains less than 30 continuous days. So we have a structure that distinguishes short-term rentals from long-term rentals at the state level. I don't know what that looks like at the county level. And everyone who is.
It doesn't exist at the county level. Because what the county, no part of the county.
Law exists at this county level.
Yeah, it does, but the county has no involvement in it whatsoever. But the Albany County, neither the assessor nor the treasurer elect or enforce lodging tax.
I understand.
Okay.
My point is not that, it's that there is a structure for identifying short-term rentals under state statute. And how that money is collected, you're informing us credibly that it is collected through the state and they remit it to the county. That seems like that's off on the side here. All I'm saying is that we have a state statute, if someone chooses to enforce it, that would tag all of these people that are involved in short-term rentals. Is that correct?
It could be. I don't.
Okay. So where are you
Why
going
is
with
that?
this?
I don't understand how that's relevant to the county because we're not involved in that system whatsoever.
I'm just,
And we don't have access to what Department of Revenue maintains on.
no, we're
On
roping
excess
around in
tax
this
collection.
conversation for drawing some lines and making some definitions. And I'm simply trying to add to that discussion that there are existing definitions under state statute that define short-term rentals. That I'm thinking is
Well, it defines lodging,
okay.
because we already have things like hotels and motels in the zoning resolution, which
And this,
would fall under the definition of lodging.
well, the county don't have a definition of lodging that I'm aware of, do we?
Not of lodging, but we have things that touch on to lodging.
Okay, and so this is where I'm going with this more general one, and I say it's Mr. Gert's question. Why aren't these commercial ventures? And seems to me that one of the things that would add to this whole discussion is some more tightly drawn lines and definitions. If I read what says in our regulations, it talks about commercial being offering goods and services for compensation. Now, what I'm exploring here is, let's start with that one. Why aren't these commercial ventures requiring them
We
to be in a
define these
commercial?
as dwellings, so that's what we're using on the land use table. I'm not sure where you're going with the commercial thing, or what you're trying to get at.
Well, all right, a commercial use under our zone. Having qualities of a business, so then you have to go read business, a lawful endeavor for the engagement or purchase, see also home businesses. So then you go over to home businesses, and it says home businesses are clearly incidental and secondary to the use of the structure.
So
these are not home businesses, right, that we're talking about. They seem to match the definition of business in that they're selling goods and services to the public. So why are these not commercial?
When I look at the land use table,
Okay,
this is a dwelling, which is under residential use, and that's what I use to determine whether it's allowed or not allowed in the zoning district.
and bed and breakfast is listed under commercial use.
Correct.
That's different than dwelling.
So I guess that's where my example in another state of how they cut out anything rented for fewer than 30 days. And they said, if you're using it for this, it is not a dwelling.
You wouldn't have to define dwelling in that way. I mean, it is a dwelling, dwelling's allowed, but then you prohibit short-term rental as a specific thing in the land use table. And honestly, the categorization of things as commercial or industrial or whatever it is, that isn't controlling, it's the specific entry.
So why are bed and breakfasts a conditional use and Airbnbs aren't?
They're different.
How are
Bed and breakfast, there's a person on site. They're advertised to be a bed and breakfast, like a hotel. They provide a meal. They're under different rules and regulations when it comes to like health and safety because they are having food on the property. Where a short-term rental, like I think Commissioner or Chair Plat, they look all different ways, right? Like it could be somebody's house that they're renting out for a few days. Could be their vacation home where they rent out while they're not there, or it could be owned by, an individual or a company that's being rented out. But in our eyes, there's not a definition of short-term rental in our regulations. There is a definition of dwelling, which it meets, and which is what we follow. There is a specific land use for bed and breakfast, which if you look under the common definition, is not the same as a short-term rental.
So we don't have a definition for bed and breakfast.
We don't, but we can use the common definition.
So if I have an Airbnb that throws out a coffee pot and granola bars, am I now a bed and breakfast? I mean, it sounds to me like these distinctions, if I came in and described what I was doing to you and asked you if I could get a permit for it, would the answer be, as long as you don't serve any food? I mean, these all seem kind of squishy. Is it that? Is it the food that makes the difference?
I mean, usually, like I said, the bed and breakfast usually has someone on site. They live there or they're there during the day taking care of things. And serving the customers. It's a different setup.
But
Are they closely related? Yeah.
whereas like
Probably.
usually, what is that? I've been looking for some tight lines to know whether I'm in a conditional use permit or not. Does it or if I don't have a person on site, then I can't be regulated as a bed and breakfast? Is that, it doesn't say that anyplace.
Not necessarily.
It's just it's the common definition of bed and breakfast. The land use table was written before Airbnbs existed.
No, I mean, personally, I don't have any problem distinguishing between an Airbnb and a bed and breakfast. They're completely different things.
Okay, I don't.
It's like if you walk by a short-term rental place and you walk by a hotel, you know you're not looking at the same thing.
It's easy on the extremes to see the difference between the Hilton Garden and the guy who's renting out for his relatives to come and go to the big game. But it seems to me that those lines are not very well defined. And if I am on the internet saying, come stay at my house and here's what it's going to cost you, and I'm collecting the lodging tax if I'm obeying the law, that starts to look awfully lot like a little motel. I mean, do I have to have a sign on the edge of the town that? So maybe what I'm saying is, a response to this would be, I would like to see tighter definitions in our zoning for what is and isn't in these various categories.
Sure. Don't say anything about that. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. There's some thoughts.
Were you gonna, I thought I heard him go.
Yeah, well, BJ, is there anything in particular you'd like to say? I mean, if so, here's your opportunity.
Yeah, my whole deal is treating them like a commercial entity because that's what they are. I don't mind competition. Competition makes everybody great, makes a healthy ecosystem. But it is a huge disadvantage for my operation and my entity, for me and my family, to compete with so many Airbnbs running a traditional hotel and restaurant. There are regulations that I have to follow being a commercial entity from the state and the county that these properties do not. A big one is a hot tub. If I have a hot tub on my property, I've got to clean it every day or every other day, and that gets real costly. These other properties, they don't have to do that. They don't have to be inspected. They don't have to be marked as safe by a fire marshal to go through all these routines. When you're talking about an annual license, it's an annual inspection that I myself, as a commercial hotel, have to go through when a marshal comes in to make sure that my property is safe to rent out. These properties do not have to do that. Yes, it takes employee housing, but that's a global problem right now. Would I like to see that go away? Yeah, I would like to have a few more local employees because Centennial is a huge tourist attraction for Albany County. But beyond that, the Wyoming statutes do give counties full authority to regulate in land use and private commercial operations in residential areas. That is statute 18-5-201-207. So you guys do have the authority to regulate short-term rentals in some capacity based on land use.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We do. We can regulate through our zoning, right? We can regulate through allowed uses, conditional uses. We can do that, but most of the things that Mr. Finney just said, we can't regulate. We don't regulate whether hot tubs are cleaned, all that health and safety. And I agree wholeheartedly. That's probably a disadvantage, to business owners that have to go through that. But unfortunately, that's outside of the scope of Planning and Zoning Commission in the county. At least we have the sideboards. Our sideboards are zoning, and zoning, we can't license, we can't come back the next year, as Matt has talked about. We can't inspect. That's not within our zoning authority. So I feel for you, for sure. But we can regulate, but it just has to be within the bounds that we can, what we can do. So I'm not saying we can't. We can't do a lot of those things that are a problem. I mean, that's a state issue that needs to be dealt with.
So as we're looking for lines, whether they're ones we can draw or somebody else can we come to understand how the state addresses these basic health issues? I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
I don't
think
either.
you do off the top of your
Yeah,
head.
BJ knows, because he has to
Okay.
deal with it.
Okay, what is it? Where do they draw the lines between a small motel and a B&B that has 6 bedrooms?
And BJ, what do you have to do with safety? That was the first question. Like every year you get inspected for safety?
Yes, I have to get inspected for ingress and egress for fire hazards. I gotta have fire mitigation systems. I gotta have plenty of exits. I gotta go through kind of a structural safety inspection too. If there's a hole in the drywall, I gotta patch it. Trust me. They got after me for a baseball size hole in a storage closet for a housekeeping cart. I have to patch any kind of hole in sheetrock I've got to go through to mitigate fire going through the building. I have to give people plenty of time. I even had to put in doors that cost me $6,500 in a hallway. Those doors haven't been there in over a dozen years. The previous owners told me they never had those doors put in. So there's a lot of safety inspections that I have to go through and deal with that these other properties do not.
And do you know where those lines are drawn? How does this health department decide who?
Because I'm a commercial entity.
So they have defined what a commercial entity is? I'm just looking for some definitions here.
There's something in, I just found it. It's in, so it's part of code enforcement, which the county does not have code enforcement. That they have statutorily exempted single family detached residences, and this is the legislature. So this is 35-9-163B, short-term rental of detached 1 and 2 family dwellings and townhomes shall not be regulated as a commercial use for purposes of fire, building, and electrical standards, and shall not be subject to regulation under the international. So that was, the legislature made that determination.
For dwellings, but not for commercial entities.
It says right here, short-term rental of detached 1 and 2 family dwellings shall not be regulated as a commercial use.
Huh.
For purposes of code.
Okay, no, that's useful.
David, have you had any discussions at all with the county commissioners about short-term rentals? Have you had any direction?
I have not been given any direction by the board, no.
Could you perhaps seek some?
I think that's your purview. If you would like to seek direction from them, you can make a motion, I can take it to them, but that's how we'd have to do it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so before that happens,
Well, believe me, it's not gonna happen in a moment.
can we talk about next steps? And because I don't want to leave here without knowing a next step, right? Is next step like a committee of like people like BJ or, from the countywide, like 5 people, 8 people, somebody who owns an Airbnb, somebody, can we get some movement on this so that we don't just walk out with nothing?
Well, I will say something, but I'm not speaking for my other 3 colleagues here, and they of course can express their opinions, but I'm not promising anything. I don't think we have enough information or direction at this point.
But wouldn't that be what a committee would be for, is to gather that information?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would want to do that, but again, I'll defer to my colleagues about that. But right now, I'm not promising anything. And again, express my own opinion. I would rely heavily on staff recommendations and discussions with staff about how we might want to proceed. They've been around here for a long time. We've been here around for some time. They're professionals. We're lay people, volunteers. And we have limited authority. And again, I mean, it's actually, as I told you privately, but say public now, without direction of the county commissioners, I mean, they might be utterly opposed for all we know about doing anything. In which case we could do all we wanted to and it's wasted time.
Understood.
Yeah.
So the next step is to go to the county commissioners. I'm just looking for guidance here.
Well, I mean, can I?
Yeah.
So like, that's really not the next step to go to the county commissioners. That's this is your deal. You are here to advise the Board of County Commissioners. If you guys want to do something, let's do it. You know, if you need more information, have staff get more information. If you want to drop this, drop it. I mean, this is your baby. We don't need to get direction from them at this point because you're supposed to be advising them what to do in planning and zoning circumstances.
Well, I disagree there. I think we ought to have some communication.
I mean, what's the point? Like, what are you guys doing if you're just saying, well, what do you want us to do? Like, you've been appointed to be, you know, their recommending body. You're supposed to be recommending what to do when it comes to planning and zoning.
Well, I mean, we've talked about how to proceed with the Laramie growth area plan and have basically decided not to do anything for the foreseeable future because we don't see it going anywhere.
Okay.
And we're not wasting effort on something we don't think is going to go anywhere for a while. And I would hate to see us spend a whole bunch of time on something that's also not going to go anywhere.
Well,
I mean, you know, please express your thoughts too. I don't want to be the only one talking here.
Mr. Gertz on that. I mean, we were appointed to explore our ideas and bring recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners, and we should proceed to do that. If we think it's a worthy cause, then we should proceed. Now, we can't command the priorities of the planning staff, obviously. So Mr. Gertz will have to sort that out with budget and time and energy. But I don't think this is something that I think that's worthy of our consideration. Now, maybe I'm the only one.
I absolutely don't disagree there.
I'm quite interested in.
I mean, that's why we put this on the schedule tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And it strikes me that, I mean, if on one hand, the concern with short-term rentals is 5% of the residents of Centennial, and that's been suggested here, that's a minority, vocal and well-articulated and well-researched minority, then perhaps that is not worth spending a lot of time on. But in general, we know this is a building issue, and as I've said before, it isn't, well, like Mr. Ahrenholtz was saying, it isn't unique there. We hear about these issues from Manhattan Island to Centennial, Wyoming. So it's real and it's out there, and that's what planning is supposed to address itself to. So I would say that from my point of view, it is an issue that is worth investigating. I'm not saying that we need to do something immediately and this is a crisis that can be solved. But again, I'm totally with you. If my colleagues don't feel that way, then this is like some of the other things that one of us has brought forward for others' review, and everybody's kind of said, not that great of an idea. And we go on.
Well,
Proceed.
yeah, I think Mr. Cole made a really good point about if we make a county-wide regulation, that's possibly too wide a net. You know, there are people all over the county who are trying responsibly using their properties. They are there. They don't, these are not issues for them, but we could end up messing up their legitimate use of their property. And I think that is an important consideration. I'm wondering have you talked to the sheriff's department? A lot of your problems are law enforcement problems.
I have
people doing things that are already illegal. You know, we don't need new regulations about people building bonfires during red flags.
Those were examples of
but
some of the things that were going on.
Or tearing up property or noise. You know, there's already some regulation on that, right?
Well, states, I mean, it's criminal law, which is.
Right. So did we talk to the sheriff about being more present for infractions like that?
It's a good idea.
I will say I have witnessed times when we did need law enforcement in Centennial. You know, and they were, and I get it takes 45 minutes to get up there sometimes, but then in all due respect, I feel like they don't take us seriously out there. They kind of, you know, they get there and they're like, know what's going on.
Well, that's a
here."
conversation to have with them.
For sure, and
Right,
so
yeah.
actually, I remember when we were trying to put this Elin Road, parking lot up there, out along across from the visitor center. There was a woman there that was a touch closer, she was from the Department of Transportation, and we were telling her our concern for that, parking lot, cause I can't remember exactly, we were worried because we didn't have enforcement, and she goes, well, please tell me when we need enforcement. This is just a very simple example. And we said, have them come out at 4 o'clock after ski area gets out on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And have them sit between Wild Horse Ranch and this. And she took it to them and she followed up with me. But again, like it never was taken seriously. That's just one. I mean, we have a cop that will like run through town at like 10 o'clock at night during mud season when there's like not even any people out. So that's just one small example of not being taken seriously. And I agree, it is a conversation that we should bring up to the sheriff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic to the problem. I would hate it if it was going on in my neighborhood.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really hate it.
I
So,
mean, I thank you for your empathy. But I feel this, I really feel like this is something that should be explored. And even those are just a few small, we're like, okay, yeah, there's nuisance. And Kelly is totally right. There are places that do a great job. And I brought them up early when I got up there to speak. Again, all those people are local, right? So, if there is a problem with somebody down the street, I can pick up the phone and call my neighbor and say, hey, what's going on? Can't do that anywhere else. And coming back to the Airbnbs versus the bed breakfast to even BJ's Hotel, there's somebody on site. There's somebody within 15 minutes. That's the difference, is that it's just a faceless hotel room that's being rented out like a hotel room for more money than they charge at some places in Manhattan. And we're helpless to do any kind of control on it, any kind.
So are you wanting control, or are you wanting to limit the number, or both?
I think as a community and maybe as a rural county, unincorporated parts of the county, I think we should wrap our arms around it and figure out how we work forward for this all together in a smart way. Yes, Fish on Ranch, V-Bar, all of these other places, they do a great job. I mean, I think V-Bar is commercially zoned anyway, isn't it? But we all know a bunch of ranchers who rent out a place in their barn, as a VRBO. I don't care about that. What I care about is our town has 48 rentals in it, and the housing is evaporating.
Well, turn it around. If you're a property owner, you bought a vacation house, does that person have any obligation to provide rental housing? I don't think so at all.
No.
Once you go down to the individual level, and this is what makes it a very difficult issue. Conflicting uses and conflicting demands, and the fact that a lot of people have as much money to spend as they want to. And, for a lot of people, maybe buying a place in Centennial, not using it more than a week a year. It's pocket change, and it's hard to compete with that.
Understood. I'm pointing out the problem.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm really concerned that it's just going to be a problem in 2 years, and it's going to be a problem in 5 years. And David, you have your hand up?
Well, Bree had her hand up first, so now I'll come to Dave. What did you want to say, Bree?
Now you put me on the spot. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say, I don't think anybody who feels like these very strong feelings, like wants to dictate to somebody, you can't buy a house here and then turn it into this. It's just if they could play by some reasonable rules, like requests of like, hey, like, can you have somebody represent you, or you be around so that way things don't go haywire on your property and it creates a nuisance for your neighbors. Like, I don't think anybody's trying to say like you can't make these decisions, but if you do, please play by these requests, these regulations, these rules.
Yeah, like, I have not had like a whole lot of time to look at anything. I threw a few things together, just pulled some numbers and things and talked to you about them. I mean, I would be more than happy to look at this a little bit closer. I have some reservations about regulating these, but I mean, I'm still not convinced that there's a real problem that we need to solve. But that's not what we're hearing either. But also there's, 5,600 rural residents, and we've heard from 20 of them, so outside the city limits. So, I mean, I would be happy to dig a little deeper and to look into this, come up with some options. If you want to look at that, if you think this is not worth our time to look at, that's fine as well. So I'm here to help, and I will do whatever you guys decide you want to be done. Even if it's just want some more information, we can do that.
But eventually we're gonna need guidance.
Yeah.
Right. What do you actually want?
Yeah, okay, well, if you have one more thing you want to say.
Guidance.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess the common theme that I'm hearing is that if it's going to happen, if the entity in charge of managing it was local, was a resident of the county, that would go a long way to solving some of the problems. Instead of an out-of-state owner who can't be reached to say, hey, there's a big bonfire and it's red flag warning and we're worried our whole community is gonna go up in smoke. I mean, that you don't, so I don't know if there's a way to do conditional use permits.
Well, how is that better than sheriff's office or fire department?
That is a law enforcement issue.
Yeah,
That's what I
sheriff's
think, too.
office and fire department actually, I mean.
Well, if I were
a-
contacted.
A local agent doesn't have the authority to arrest.
But if I would contact my renter, if I were in that position and be like, you're not supposed to have a bonfire, you're gonna burn my place down. I mean, right, like you could take action as the owner of the property to protect your property. And do you have more skin in the game because you're part of that community and you want to create. I mean, I'm just hearing from them that in the situations where the owner is present, things are run in a responsible way. And so I'm just wondering if that's like the narrow way to address it. Where and maybe it doesn't solve all problems, but if we're hearing that law enforcement doesn't show up, then I'm just wondering if that's an avenue to look into.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied that law enforcement's disinterested. I mean, even though we've heard what we've heard,
Well, no, they may be
I'd like to
spread
talk to
thin.
the sheriff myself and see what he has to say. As a very interested party.
Yeah, no, they could just be spread thin.
And I'm also not satisfied that we should take as an assumption that everyone local is fine and anyone that's not local is not fine.
I mean, in all
would
fairness.
not like that.
It takes an ambulance a minimum of 45 minutes to an hour to get out to our area. So it's not, it's because we're so rural. It's
Yeah,
really.
I wasn't trying to be.
That's also part of choice on the people who live out there too. And I mean, it's kind of like the law of the land. You also know what you're getting into. I don't mean you personally.
There's a reason we moved out there.
Yeah.
And the reason we live out there, it's just, I'm saying that before we start to throw darts at the sheriff, right? It just takes everybody that long to get out.
One of the things that's happening too is we're taking very few isolated incidents of an occasional bonfire on one, and it makes it sound like this is happening in all 28 or 48 instances every day, and it's not the case. I mean, it's typical that things are getting blown out of proportion to create rules and regulations that when there is no problem to begin with.
Well, I agree and I disagree. There's enough of a problem that we've been here 3 times, right? There's enough of a problem that we don't have housing. And, you know, there is trespassing and there are like, our roads do get ripped up and, you know, and some of those people wrote letters and some didn't. You know, if what David suggested 2 years ago, and I know I keep going back to this, but let's just do listening sessions. You know, come out to where the people are and talk to them and then gather that information and move forward that way. I know we've been an hour.
Does anyone here like to say anything else,
So are
especially
you-
because I like to wrap
I
this up,
guess,
I think.
so you're proposing like a town meeting in
I think
Centennial?
that,
We would love it.
Have you guys
yes.
done that? Have you tried to
No.
organize that?
But it needs to be official. It can't just be, you know,
Yeah.
the Michelle show. When, you know, come on, let's go talk. I'll buy you beer. Yeah.
Like a
So
special,
you would like to see
special meeting.
us as a commission,
Yes,
that's what you would like to see as a next step?
I think that's a great next step.
Okay, well,
Look how excited you guys are.
I don't know, it's,
Well, I think we have,
Well, okay, let me sum up where I am on this.
all right,
Bit by
yeah,
bit.
no, you certainly may, Bert.
Okay. I think Mr. Gersh put it nicely when we started. Residences are residents. So I'm trying to take all these issues and sort them into, I mean, if somebody who lives in Omaha could rent their house in Centennial, I'm not sympathetic to where the owner lives because we have neighbors in town everywhere. They're obnoxious. I mean, so a lot of this stuff is just, this is life together. And if you don't want to do that, go buy a lot that's, you know, somewhere out in the middle of nowhere. You don't have any neighbors to contend with. So many of these issues are, as you suggest, a function of, you live in Clare out there, it takes a long time for the animals to get there. I don't think we can zone for that. What I would like to see, and where I would start, is our existing zoning regulations. I think it would benefit from some tighter definitions. Right now, we have Airbnbs that I guess are home businesses, but they don't really meet the definition of home businesses. We have B&Bs that I'm told have a common definition. We have motels that, where does that line get drawn? Because each of those, Airbnbs are allowed as a matter of right. B&Bs are a conditional use. Small motels are prohibited. So I think it would behoove us as a starting point to draw some lines in some coherent way. Just so our current regulations make sense. Then I would like us to explore the idea of a conditional use, as many jurisdictions have, for these quasi-commercial ventures. And that would give you the ability to say, this is a rancher out there in Toltec. They can do whatever they want to. Here's one where the neighbors are violently opposed to it, maybe for good reasons. Maybe they don't like the guy. Then one could consider that an issue, conditional use permit. But until you have a definition of it and get your arms around it, what is the it that we're discussing? So that would be my first step, is just to get some lines drawn and consider conditional use permits, and implement them, but let's see where that goes. That's my 2 bits worth. And be cognizant of, we can't control people's neighbors' relationships. That's true of all of us anywhere. Residence is residence, and it has all of its warts and blemishes, and that's just the way she goes.
Okay, well, we haven't accomplished a whole lot.
Is the half hour up yet?
It's well over a half hour.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely not the way I like to run a meeting, but I was happy to do it.
We appreciate your
Yeah,
time.
no, we are listening. As I said to you, we can't make any promises, but we are volunteers and we do our best. And while we might not have made any progress in the past 2 years, this is now a higher priority issue. That's why we took this time, and we're not gonna let go of it. But again, we're not making promises. I'm not making promises.
Understood.
So for
first of all,
us,
Thank you so much.
shall we give staff any direction?
I've offered mine.
Yeah, I agree with Vern.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
On
think
next
that's
steps. I think
reasonable.
that's getting it defined, looking at the potential of requiring conditional use permits It's not gonna resolve every possible scenario of like, make sure you got fire suppression abilities, et cetera, for safety. But seems like it's a starting point that could be looked at.
We'll also not do anything for every single existing one.
I'm sorry, say it again, Matt.
It won't do anything for every single
existing.
existing short-term
Yeah,
rental.
right.
non-conforming
Yeah.
use.
They're out the barn door.
They would
already.
be.
It's a
grandfathered.
start.
Yeah.
It's a start.
Would it be possible to include in a conditional use, would it be possible to require a requirement for a local agent? Because that seems reasonable to me, that somebody's responsible for the place.
So how is that being used? And who,
That
That's
part
an
of the
operation thing,
conditional
not a
use
use.
permit
is that David? How do you enforce that? Is
Yeah, how do you
in
enforce?
charge of this local agent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Are you talking about an
so-
agent for the property owner?
No, just that somebody is responsible for what goes on there, that's within the 15 minutes that Michelle suggested, or something like that.
It's, you know, I
There's
have an
somebody
LLC.
local who has some responsibility.
I mean, I have to name an agent as an LLC business owner. You know, I mean, I don't see why it just gets named. You know, it doesn't seem like that should be so hard.
Well, but what does it accomplish?
Create
So who's,
accountability for what's going on there.
well, there's gonna be liability.
Accountability for what's going on. So
So if
So there's
they
somebody
have a
involved if
conditional
there's a
use
problem.
permit and they violate the standards for that conditional use permit, the county would have to revoke the permit and go through a full contested case hearing on the permit. It would take at least probably 60 days. And then if they continue to violate that, then it would go to a complaint filed in district court. Take probably about a year to get resolved. So I guess I'm not understanding what this like local contact person is. That are you giving that name to all the neighbors?
Sure.
yeah, so they know who to call if there's a problem.
If anything could be dealt with on a local level to problem solve, maybe there's some percentage of the time where that works, and maybe there's gonna be some percentage of the time where it doesn't work. And,
I think we ought to give some more general
Yeah.
direction for now
Yeah.
and work on the details
Okay.
as we go
Is that-
forward. So the general direction would be to have David to begin work on seeing how we can regulate short-term rentals in zoning. Is that what we're talking about? Well, and
No,
defining
we
that
need-
whole spectrum. Well, but yeah, that's what we're talking about. That would include definitions.
Okay, so you want a definition for short-term rental, and then you want
Add it to the land use table?
added to the land use table, and then some standards for conditional use. What are those standards?
What they might be. I mean, I would modify what you just said, that again, I was reading the land use table and trying to say, what exactly does this mean? I would like to see a line between bed and breakfast and motels.
Yeah, well,
So-
again,
And between bed and breakfast and
talk
everybody
details
else.
and
That's not a detail, that's a basic definitional request.
As a
Okay,
practical matter, though, I mean, that's part of what we've already been working on with providing a definition for each entry in the land use table.
Yeah.
So I think that would be more appropriate to be handled there, but right now we could just provide short-term rental definition.
But my aim is to give David a task that he understands and that we understand. And that's to begin the process of looking at how we can regulate short-term rentals through our zoning resolution. And we can begin our journey. Is that good enough, David? Sure. All right. Very good then. We will move on from this. Thank you folks for your input.
Thank you all, and thank you for so much time. I mean, we really, really appreciate it.
Well, you've put a huge amount of time in this, so we're all volunteers in this together.
So, we're gonna wrap this up pretty quickly, I think here. Any staff updates, David?
Yeah, as per your request, I can go over the permits and things that went to the Board of County Commissioners. The Paris zoning district amendment application was denied. The Kaduri zoning district amendment application was approved. The Truckster LLC conditional use application was approved. The Dunlap conditional use application was approved. The Union Telephone Company tower permit application was approved. Point North subdivision preliminary plat application was approved. The Olson subdivision preliminary and final plat subdivision permit application was approved. So that's everything you sent from the last meeting to the Board of County Commissioners and a rundown of what happened there.
Was there any particular discussion on any of those things, or was it more or less the forma?
The unanimous approval on all of them?
No, the Kaduri was 2-1, I know. There was one that was against and then 2-4. I think everything else was unanimous.
Were they consistent with our recommendations? Maybe would be a way to.
So, well, the Kaduri zoning district amendment didn't really have a recommendation, so. So yeah, the people that voted for approval, yes, it was consistent with them, but the other side, no, I guess, but. I think everything else was pretty much same. Yeah, the same. Is that just the Kaduri one that you didn't really have a recommendation? So.
I might add to that, just because it was one that we were split on. The dissenting vote was Gosar's, and he had suggested that wouldn't it be nice if you could just take the northern piece off and make it commercial. Of course, that wasn't on the table.
Sure.
And so he simply offered that as kind of musings, and then there wasn't a great deal of discussion beyond that. I thought your report to them captured the thought that some of us wanted to put the line at 15th and some wanted somewhere else. I mean, that was a difficult assignment for you to fairly characterize where we were on it, but yeah, I think they looked at it and concluded that it would be appropriate to bring that commercial zoning on further east.
Yeah, that's it, I think. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
So, in light of the fact we've got 3 packages of amendments going forward, where are you in terms of what you would prioritize for working on next?
Wastewater. We're working on wastewater regulations right now. Yeah, so.
Can you spare some time to work on short-term rental stuff?
I mean, I'm sure, yeah. Okay. I gotta wait for some reviews for the wastewater stuff.
Okay.
And then there'll be some discussions and things.
I mean, the short-term rental really won't be all that long.
I mean, if we're looking at doing it,
because like a lot of,
and
a lot of what.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get a general sense.
Yeah.
What else you got on your plate right now?
Yeah. To my defense, like those numbers I took from, I mean, the assessor had numbers, I had numbers, and I used the numbers out of her thing, just as they said. I said 28 properties, just like it says in her application or her.
No one's accusing you of anything.
I know. I'm just like, it's like the way she phrased it was correct, but the way I phrased it was correct as well, because there was 48 residents, but I said 28 properties, which is what it says in there. So there's just a miscommunication, I think, between me and Michelle.
The assessor doesn't.
Anyway. Well, in the map too, I was looking at it, it's like it cut out a bunch of residents. I'm not sure why it says no residents here, no residents there, but whatever.
Just if you, as you're reviewing the things that we've suggested these guys do, somewhere pricking along back there is a growth plan and how it might manifest itself in subdivision regulations. Yeah, like road standards, or I mean, there's some low hanging fruit on that vine, as well as the big stuff of forced annexation, which are not going there.
Yeah, some more back there.
Okay.
Percolating.
Okay.
Okay, well, anything else for that? That's, okay. Sure y'all did, I mean, was our discussion about short-term rentals useful? I mean, was it okay? Went too long?
No, I think it's a complicated topic. I think they're, among the people we're here to serve, so we should listen.
All right, well, do my colleagues here have any comments y'all would like to make?
Congratulate staff for all that just mind-numbing,
Yeah.
tedious work on that.
Yeah, no, that's good stuff.
Changes.
Regulations.
I mean, and important stuff. I mean, especially in my mind, getting those easements and set asides for future roads and utilities. I mean, that's really important. If we're gonna have growth. Y'all have any comments? No. All right, in that case, the next regular meeting will be December 10th here, 5 o'clock. And this meeting's